Forces Against Evil, Mother Teresa. I invite Dr. R. Rani Roslin, Assistant Chaplain of our college, to lead us in prayer. And I request all of you to stand for prayer.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this new day and for your presence that continuously reminds us of your faithfulness and guidance. We pray for the honest effort of the Department of Zoology and Biotechnology towards this Professor Whitin Endowment Lecture Series on intellectual property rights and bioethics. Thank you, Lord, for you have blessed us to get the best of each other. Help us to see the beauty of harmony through this lecture series. Thank you, Lord, for the good spirit in all of us to work with our heart, knowing the fact that the reward always comes from you. We pray for your blessings on the resource persons. Be with them in fulfilling their task, and may we, the participants, get benefited out of their expertise. We thank and praise you for the life of Professor Whitin and her contribution to the well-being of the department and to our college. Thank you, Lord, for our principal, Dr. Beulah Jayashree, for she is the inspirer of such programs, constantly encouraging and supporting all of us. We pray for your abundant grace over the faculty, students, those who coordinate and participate, and your blessings on their hard work in their meticulous planning for the successful conduct of this program. Lord, we understand that your infinite blessing would mean the success of this lecture series. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen.
I request all the dignitaries to light the lamp. I invite Dr. Priyadashni Rajendran, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Zoology, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning to everyone gathered here. I feel immensely honored in welcoming you all for this Professor Naumani Whitin Endowment Lecture Series on intellectual property rights and bioethics. this lecture series has been a part of the Department of Zoology and Biotechnology from the time Ms. Whitin left us. And we as a department look forward to this every year because it is usually planned by 1 year by the Department of Zoology and another by the Department of Biotechnology. And each of us having a different focus. But at the same time, we all wanted to learn and we all wanted to fulfill the vision of Ms. Whitin because she is considered the mother of the Department of Zoology, and all that we see in the department has been because of her hard work and commitment to excellence. And we are all very proud to be called as descendants of Ms. Whitin. And Ms. Whitin's vision has been carried forward by eminent heads of the Department of Zoology and later on the Department of Biotechnology also, which started off as a branch from zoology and now has grown up to a single department. And so I consider this as an honor to welcome you all for this annual lecture series. And this year, the theme chosen is Intellectual Property Rights and Bioethics, which is universally accepted to be of importance for people who are into biological research. And on this special occasion, I'm very happy to welcome into our midst our principal, Dr. Beulah Jayashree. Welcome you, ma'am, for this special occasion, a very important occasion for the Departments of Zoology and Biotechnology, for taking your time to be with us here and to deliver the introductory remarks. And we're also immensely thankful, and I'm happy to welcome Mrs. Jayalakshmi, former alumna of the Department of Zoology. She has done her UG in 1968 to 71. 68, yes, ma'am. 1968 to 71. And it gives us a joy when we listen to people who have been students of Ms. Whitin. And every year, again, this has been a kind of a puzzle for us, whom to invite, whom to search for. And every time we find some jewel from among the multitude that Ms. Whitin created. And so we welcome you, ma'am, Mrs. Jayalakshmi, for having accepted an invitation to be here. And I also welcome our assistant chaplain, Mrs. Rani Roslin, who consented to give the prayer. And we also have today 2 sessions, one by Dr. A.J. Asirvadam on the topic, Ethics in Human Research, and later on, the second session by Dr. Banamati, Deputy Controller of Patents and Copyrights from Chennai, who will be talking to us about IPR in life sciences. And I'm also very happy to have in our midst our former head of the department, Dr. Isabel, who has been a guiding light, and she has been always been a driving force behind each and every one of us. She never stops wishing us and giving us her blessings whenever we went to see her or whenever we had any program in the department. So welcome you, ma'am, for taking your time to be with us here. And I also welcome the faculty members from the Department of Zoology, Biotechnology, and all our students and research scholars who are a part of this today's event. And I hope that today's deliberations will help us understand our role in the society as what we as biologists should be thinking about in the future. So once again, a warm welcome to each and everyone gathered here. Thank you.
I now invite our principal, Dr. Beulah Jayashree, to honor Mrs. K. Jayalakshmi with a memento. Thank you, ma'am. I request Mrs. B. Shanti to honor Dr. Isabel, former Vice Principal, Head of the Department of Zoology.
It's an honor to invite Dr. R. Beulah Jayashree, Principal and Secretary of Lady Doak College, to give the introductory remarks.
Good morning to everyone gathered here. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this significant gathering. And a special word of welcome to our former Vice Principal and Head of the Department, Dr. Isabel here, and Ms. Jayalakshmi. I know this program is focused on intellectual property rights and bioethics. I am no zoologist. But if you look at me, actually I did my first group in my 11th and 12th. And whenever it comes to sciences, it was always zoology over all other sciences. I love drawing, I love all of that. And probably because of that or no, or for any other reason, I do not know, I happen to be a member of the ethics committee of Apollo Asirvadam Specialty Hospital, headed by Dr. Jabbar Singh, which deals with oncology. So whenever I go for a meeting, I'm very curious to know what has recently been developed in oncology. So it is a very purposeful and interesting meeting whenever I go for the ethics committee. By virtue of being the principal, I'm talking here, but I'm really interested in your subject too. So in a world which is rapidly evolving, the intersection of IPR and bioethics are very, very significant, and it plays a very crucial role in our future, in the innovations and the healthcare and everything. So intellectual property is a complex field, I know, but it also tells us the importance of fostering innovation and protecting the rights of creators and inventors. I think IPR has been into focus very recently on a serious note. whereas bioethics have been there for some time earlier also. So if you look into the ethical implications of the advancements, I used to think always on my own, why are we spending so much to reach the moon when there is so much to research on this earth? When there is so much to save people on this earth from different diseases and other things, isn't it? But then for everything, there should be an ethical reasoning. So there must be a delicate balance between innovation and ethical standards in order to have a beautiful life on this world. So when I was looking into bioethics, which is closer to me, I was looking for something interesting to share with you. This must be very familiar to you all, but I don't know whether you know the background story of this. How many of you have read this book, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks? No one? Okay, maybe some would have referred to it. It was written by one Rebecca Skloot. I'm going to tell you something interesting about this. This is a typical bioethics case in the life of Henrietta Lacks. In the year 1951, Henrietta Lacks, a young African-American woman, she was diagnosed with cervical cancer at Johns Hopkins Hospital. So during the treatment, the doctors took a sample of her cancer cells without getting a consent from this patient, Henrietta Lacks. These cells were unique and they were used extensively for cancer research, other research, and even a polio vaccine was derived from these cells. And I'm sure you all know these cells, which were regularly called as HeLa cells, taking the two letters from the two names. But though this was very much useful to the scientific community, the problem it faced on, it became a debate as to why or how can it be used without the informed consent from the patient. So using her cells without consent became a debatable topic all over the world. So it raised a lot of questions about patients' rights, the ownership of biological materials. So who owns the polio vaccine now? Ethically, it should be owned by Henrietta Lacks, isn't it? But then the scientists claim it is theirs, while the biological material itself was somebody else's, and they have received it without her consent. So all these raised the questions of bioethics and consequently ended up with intellectual property rights. So this actually led the scientific community to come out with rules and regulations regarding this. And this day, the whole day, I think you're going to deliberate on this topic as to how important it is, how well you can do this. So the experts and thought leaders brought by your department will definitely let you know the scientific advancements, the rules guarding the copyrights and the intellectual rights, and all the ethical considerations in genetic research, probably pharmaceutical development, and beyond all of that. So I today encourage you students, the future generation, to actively participate in this deliberation, ask questions, clarify your doubts, make it very interesting, and try to understand these complex issues and work towards solutions to it. Have a good day. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Mrs. K. Jayalakshmi from 1968 to 71 batch to share her reminiscence about her remarkable professor N. Whitin.
Good morning, everybody here. I am Jayalakshmi, an old student of LDC 1968 batch. I am as old as the college itself, because my year of birth is 1948. Our college was started only in 1948. We are at the same age, our college and myself. And today morning when I entered this hall, I was very much thrilled. I was very happy because we were the first set to write the university examinations in this hall. This library and the hall was inaugurated and opened by our former president, Mr. V.V. Giri. We had seen so many programs, college days, functions on this stage. Today I have the rare chance. I don't know how I have got this chance. Thank you to the zoology department and every one of you. When we stepped into this college in 1964, we were innocent and ignorant of many things. But the learning processes and experiences in LDC transformed us a lot. We became intellectually mature, morally upright, and socially responsible women with a degree when we got out of the college in 1968. LDC fed us with education. She strengthened our integrity. She made us gain perseverance. She taught us to land on our own legs and take down decisions. I joined BSc with zoology as main subject and chemistry and botany as our ancillary subjects. We were so lucky to have Ms. Whitin as our professor and head of the department. She was also the vice principal of the college then. Mr. Whitin is a dedicated teacher. She had an amazing personality. She is adorable for her exceptional capacity. And inaction is alien to Ms. Whitin. She was always busy, active. She was busy like a bee. She was moving here and there very fastly. Even now, with my eyes shut, I can see how she is coming to the class with the sound, tuck, tuck, tuck. And she entered the class with a broad smile and saying, good morning, good morning, good morning. And straight away she began to take classes. We learned more from her diagrams. Her diagrams were so perfect, and the diagrams taught us much more than our textbooks. And she is always busy with the blackboard. Her hands will be, the chalk piece dust will come up to her elbow. Always up to her elbow, she had the chalk piece dust. There is a proverb, one day with a great teacher is better than a study of 1,000 days. But we had the opportunity of learning for 3 years, more or less, 1,000 days with a great teacher like Miss Whitin or professor. As vice principal, her contributions to LDC were immeasurable. When we were in third year, in third term, one day Mr. Whitin came and told us that she is going abroad. We were very disappointed. We were shocked. We felt very sad. The joy and rhythm of our course had gone. We think like that. Now I realized that days spent in LDC are the golden time of my life. Though we cannot go back and live it, we can live with the memories of LDC. The name and fame of Miss Whitin will live long forever. I want to quote 2 lines from a Tamil song. Shall I say it in Tamil? இருந்தாலும் மறைந்தாலும் பேர் சொல்ல வேண்டும், இவர் போல யாரென்று ஊர் சொல்ல வேண்டும். இருந்தாலும் மறைந்தாலும் எங்கள் ப்ரொஃபஸர் மிஸ் ஒயிட்டினோட பேர் நிலைத்து நிற்க வேண்டும். எங்கள் ப்ரொஃபஸர் மிஸ் ஒயிட்டின் போல இனி வாழ்வில் இதுவரை யாரும் இல்லை என்ற ஒரு நிலை இங்கு நிலவும் எப்பொழுதும் இருக்கும். லாங் லிவ் த நேம் அண்ட் ஃபேம் ஆஃப் மிஸ் ஒயிட்டின். லாங் லிவ் த நேம் அண்ட் ஃபேம் ஆஃப் மிஸ் ஒயிட்டின். long live the name and fame of Whitin. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable moments with us. I request all the dignitaries to occupy their chairs in the front.
If a picture can speak 1,000 words, then a video can speak millions more. Let us watch a video prepared by the Department of Zoology on their founder and mother, Professor N. Whitin. What a visual treat that was. Took us straight down the memory lane.
I request Dr. A.P. Rani, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, to thank the gathering.
Good morning to one and all. As Organizing Secretary, on behalf of the Department of Zoology and Biotechnology, I am here to propose a vote of thanks to all the members who have involved in getting this program ready. So first I thank Dr. Bila Jayashri, Principal Ladok College, for giving her time and coming in for the program to give the introductory remarks. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Dr. Priyadarshini Rajendran, Head of the Department of Zoology, and Ms. Mauna Sundari, Head of the Department of Biotechnology, for organizing this program. I thank Dr. Rani Roslin, Assistant Chaplain, for having a meaningful prayer. I thank Ms. Jayalakshmi, alumna, who has come here to give reminiscence about Ms. Whitin. Thank you, ma'am, for coming here and giving a glimpse of Ms. Whitin. I thank Dr. Isabel, former Vice Principal and Head of the Department, for gracing the occasion by her presence. I thank each and every faculty who have helped in this program, all the members of the committees, different committees who have given their help at the right time so that the program has come to realization and it is moving with smoothness. I thank all the students for registering the program on time and also available here for listening to the different lectures that are being scheduled for you. I sincerely thank both the speakers, eminent speakers who are here to enlighten the students on different aspects. First speaker, Dr. A.J. Asirvadam, Consultant Diabetologist, Arthur Asirvadam Hospital, who will be talking on ethics in human research, and Dr. R. Bhanumati, Deputy Controller of Patents and Designs Office, Chennai, who will be talking on IPR in life sciences. I thank both the speakers for accepting and coming here to enlighten the members of the department. I also thank the students from botany departments who have registered for attending this program to get enlightened on the same. I thank the CCM, CIT, Barsar and others who have helped in organizing the program. I thank Barsar for sanctioning the amount on right time so that we could proceed with the program. And I also thank all the student volunteers who have helped the in-charge faculties with their duties. I thank the Bupandi for helping in physical arrangement as well as the other facilities. I thank our department non-teaching faculty for helping the faculty with whom they were clubbed with. And I thank each and everyone for your presence. Once again, welcome all and hope you have a great time today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request all the faculty of Department of Zoology and Biotechnology to come to the stage for the photo session. There will be a short break from 10:15 to 10:35. Refreshment will be provided at the front of the auditorium. Please dispose the trash in the bin provided. All the participants are requested to return back to the same venue after break sharp at 10:35 a.m. Thank you.
Check, check. Check.
I kindly request you all to settle down. Session 1 will begin in a few minutes. I hope you're all settled down. We're going to start the program now. Settle down fast. It is with joy I welcome you all to session 1. Now I invite Dr. A.S. Priscilla, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, to welcome the keynote speaker of the first session, Dr. A.J. Asirvadam, Consultant Diabetologist, Arthur Asirvadam Hospital, Madurai. I invite Dr. A.J. Asirvadam to occupy the dais.
Good morning and a blessed day to everyone gathered here. It's really an honor to have our keynote speaker for this session, Dr. Arthur Joseph Asirvadam. He is a renowned senior consultant diabetologist who serves at Arthur Asirvadam Hospital and also Apollo Specialty Hospital and Mayotte Hospital in Madurai. He has a rich academic background with an MBBS and MD from Madurai Medical College, Diploma in Diabetology from Madras Medical College, and advanced training from the University of Newcastle, Australia. He is also a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow. His professional journey includes serving as a faculty member at the prestigious Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, and he has a very long tenure as the professor and head of the Department of Diabetology at Madurai Medical College and Government Rajaji Hospital. Dr. Asirvadam has significantly contributed to diabetes education and research. He has authored around 15 books
chapters. He has contributed as chapters in numerous medical books. He has presented over 76 technical papers in international and national conferences, and he has published more than 55 articles in journals. He has been a principal investigator in clinical research since 2004. His expertise is the cause for that. He leads in many of the clinical human research. He has headed phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4 clinical trials. And I can proudly say that the Department of Zoology has been collaborating with him for approval in their institutional ethical committee to do research on human subjects. I think it was started in the year 2017 by Dr. Isabel, the then vice principal and the head of the department, in her research on diabetes, followed by another research scholar, Dr. Chrisanne Fernandez. She went and presented her proposal there in the Institutional Ethical Committee on osteoporosis and diabetes, and now it is being continued by Dr. Lourdes Mary in her oncology research. So this collaboration has made us realize the importance of human ethics in research, and that is why Sir is here with us now. He has received several prestigious awards, including the Lifetime Achievement Award from Dr. Mohan's Diabetic Research Foundation and the Economic Times Most Inspiring Endocrinologist and Diabetologist of India Award in 2021. He is an active member of various medical associations and the founder of Diavention Trust, a non-profit organization dedicated to diabetes education. He has conducted around 350 meetings giving awareness about diabetes. Through his career, he has conducted numerous educational meetings and camps also, which has benefited countless individuals in and around Madurai. Please join with me in welcoming Dr. Asirvadam. Thank you. Now I invite you, sir, to deliver.
I request Dr. Priyadarshini Rajendran, Head of the Department of Zoology, to welcome Dr. A.J. Asirvadam with a memento. Thank you, ma'am. The stage is open for you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. maybe during this time of this technical work to be done, I would be too happy to talk to you. So thank you very much, madam, for your nice introduction. And this is an occasion which I take it with ultimate humility and honor. I've been associated with this college and also with your zoology and biotechnology department, wherein they have helped us a lot in improving our clinical trial. And thereby, we were able to decide what is the real prevalence of certain HNF-alpha abnormality and various other genetic disorders in diabetes. So I'm much obliged, and I sincerely thank the professor head of the department for having obliged and probably helped us to have these particular entities. Coming to my moment a point of research comes in, I would like to tell you that my original ambition was to become a scientist involving molecular level of evaluation and not even looking at the world, but concentrating on this. But unfortunately, we didn't have that much of opportunity, and probably I also could not do it that much. So as a clinician, after my qualification in diabetes, etc., I really want to do something, and hence I started the clinical research department, which was new to Madurai, and then we had all the accreditations, and now we have been doing it for more than 20 years. Coming to this particular observation, I've always found that we have got a lot of data. Every doctor sees a lot of patients, but unfortunately, we don't document all those things. Thereby, we are not able to publish papers. So that was my real interest in trying to do something of this sort and trying to do the best possible help to the society. At the same time, you also have the advantage of being associated with newer molecules. The newer molecules which come in diabetes, is something very unique and interesting. Thereby, after that particular molecule comes in to the market, we always say, oh, I know this particular molecule in utero. So even before it was launched, we have done the study. The thrill of doing this research is something very great. We do not know how this molecule will behave and how this will be whether useful or may not be useful. Some of the molecules don't even see the light of the day. So such things do happen, and it's really an interesting one that we always see here. So my topic here today is about to talk on ethics in human research. So I will not go into a lot of details because all of you may not be in the same department. Another thing, everything has to be read by yourself to accumulate more knowledge. I'll give you a bird's eye view and try to give you or kindle the interest in learning and also doing research. So I will take you through a little bit of introduction. I will define certain things which will be useful, and who is responsible for this particular clinical research. And there were horrible trials in the past, and probably we should learn not to do it in that particular way. And then what happened to the research work? It was regulated. So that is a regulation of research. And one important thing that we follow every day is a GCP. And what is ethics committee? This committee has to decide how to do it and how best we could do it, how safe we could do it. And what is the principal investigator's responsibility, and what are the requirements of this ethics committee, and also touch upon human genetics and research. Research ethics is about norms, values, which are right and wrong, good and bad, and what ought to be done and what not to be done in the context of research. So this is a broad view that how we should proceed and what is the purpose of these committees and research. And ethics of research involving human subject is all of the above, apart from the dignity, safety, and well-being of the human subject. You do a lot of research and finally the man dies because of research. It's not a good outcome. At the same time, the entire community depends on a newer molecule which would revolutionize the treatment of diabetes and other diseases. So you can't stop research. At the same time, you should not indulge on the private data, the security, safety of a human being. It is not a problem to do animal studies, but today, even animals are being protected by various organizations that trials should not be conducted just like that. But in general, whenever a molecule, it is called an investigatory product, it is brought out, it is tried in animals. And if the animals are quite safe, you try to have it in a normal, healthy volunteers, few in number. If that also is assuring or having a good outcome, then we move on to the phase 3 trial, wherein you have lot of restrictions in using this molecule, because you should not, then the molecule is launched, and also phase 4 trial is also done for the pharmacovigilance. So now, certain definitions like research. What is this research? A systematic investigation, including research development and testing and evaluation designed to develop and contribute to generalizable knowledge. So ultimately, at the end of the research, we come to know a lot of things. Oh, this is a good molecule. This could be used in this particular spectrum. It should not be used in the other spectrum. Something like that is a lesson which we learn. And human subjects, a living individual about whom an investigator is conducting a research and obtains data. And this data is through intervention by an injection or a tablet or interaction, merely getting a questionnaire and proceeding it. And also identifiable private information. So normally you don't have the right to divulge this particular entity. Even in medical profession, if patient A comes in with a particular disease, I am not supposed to talk about this A's disease to another person. Unless this A person tells me, you tell this particular person about my illness. Maybe a spouse, or maybe a daughter or a son, or maybe a father or parent. Unless otherwise you always have the safety and private confidentiality. So this is very important. And in our research, we have the absolute confidentiality. So beyond our territory, it is only represented with an initial. So nobody would ever know who this particular person is. We don't divulge the address or any other names or any other details. So the real safety is considered, and also confidentiality is considered. Now, who is responsible for the research ethics? The principal investigator is the main person who has to be very, very careful in conduct of the particular research. There were certain horrible trials. Look at this particular entity. This was called Nazi's experiment and Nuremberg trial. Hypothermia, that is the temperature below normalcy, was really an important entity for assessing how the soldiers would behave in such a particular entity. So what they have done is, they have submerged in a cold tank with a goal to determine how long German pilots would survive after parachuting into a cold North Sea. So these people were almost like a scapegoat, or probably the guinea pigs. And same way, on the higher altitude, prisoners put into low pressure tanks with little oxygen with a goal to test how long pilots would survive after being ejected. And who were the participants, or who were the subjects? Prisoners of war, citizens of occupied territories. You invade a particular country or a city, take as captives, and these are the subjects who were under their control. Such a thing should never be done. So experimental surgeries, even without anesthesia, this has also happened. And the effectiveness of weapons, so how they shoot, how the bow and arrow was used, all those things. And biological chemicals, you throw some chemical and make them die and say, oh, it is working well. And the course of untreated diseases. So what happens, you have a disease, you don't treat them, and you observe how it progresses. It is almost inhuman. And subjects ultimately were incinerated after studies. So they were burnt. So all these things were the horrible trials. But look at this particular entity. This is again a very difficult, or rather a horrible trial, one more. Black men with syphilis and around 200 men without syphilis who served as the controls were the subjects. They did not give penicillin which would cure syphilis. They just allowed the syphilis to go the primary level, secondary level and tertiary level, and observe, this is how syphilis patient progresses and dies. So probably these are all inhuman trials. So knowing at all these things, people all over the world felt that this is something wrong, and they wanted to have some regulation of research. So then this was a little more better, and improvised. So the original thing was in Nuremberg Code, then Declaration of Helsinki, which was a very important declaration or a guideline, and US National Research Act in 1974, Belmont Report, ICH and GCP. This is what we are really conducting as on date. And US Code of Federal Regulation, then they made it as a law. So nobody can escape or nobody can violate it. So if I do it at the GCP level, GCP standards, good. If I don't do it in GCP controlled manner, I am subject to even imprisonment. So that is how law also has been framed. Now we'll have a look at all these things. This voluntary consent of the human being is absolutely essential. So this is the first thing that they started. So if I am to subject patient A, I should ask this patient, I'm going to subject you for a trial. This particular medicine may do good for you, may not do good for you. There are certain drawbacks, but still, on the whole, it appears to be good. So I'm going to try this. Are you interested? If he says no, I should not put the patient on this particular. So this is a voluntary consent. The second thing is, if this patient comes in for your trial, you identify certain drawbacks like a complication. You should not say, oh, you have accepted, isn't it? Undergo till the end, and the patient dies. This is not correct. So the patient should also have the freedom of getting out of the trial, so what is called as a right to withdraw at any time. So this is the first thing that this particular regulation told us. Here, the second thing is Declaration of Helsinki. This is the most widely accepted guidance worldwide on medical research involving human beings. And here, it is an entity, they said, you will have a committee. That committee will look into how you are doing it. If you are doing it in a normal, correct fashion, it's okay. Otherwise, you should not do it. So the committee organization was done by this Helsinki study. Then the US National Research Act, this became a law. And also finally, National Commission established to report on how human beings on biomedical research could be better protected. Now, ICH and GCP are the common things that we follow even today. This is a document produced in 1996 at the International Conference of Harmonization, that is called ICH, and Good Clinical Practice. And this is meant for human beings or new drugs. And an international ethical and scientific quality standard for the design, conduct, performance, and monitoring, auditing, recording, or documenting, analysis, and reporting of clinical trials involving the participation of human subjects. So all these entities are important. How do you design it? You design it in such a way that it doesn't harm the person. At the same time, you don't even make any learning out at the expense of the safety or privacy of the patient. Then how are you conducting? Do you conduct it as per the rules? Then you just monitor, see how it works out, record all these things. And there should be an auditing group who are not related to the study group. Somebody else will come. This is called internal auditing and external auditing. They come and see how you do this particular trial and certify that you are okay. Record or document all these things. And in some of the trials, we have to keep these documents for 15 years. Because something happens later on, they will call back all the data and see. So that is how storage is important. Then you analyze the data and finally report that this is the drug which has been very useful. Probably this is a drug which is useful but has a little bit of side effects. Or this is a drug which is not useful, so should not be entering into the market. What is this good clinical practice? As I've already told you, the designing of the study has to be in a favorable or rather a neutral entity. It should be conducted properly and the performance should be good, and monitoring, check what is happening. Auditing, you have another party to check what you have been doing, whether it is right or wrong. Documentation, then analyze, and finally reporting the clinical trial. So days were there when you see, for example, I do a trial. I find that this molecule is bad. I suppress it. If I do a trial, the molecule is very good. So I say, oh, this is a wonderful molecule. This way, I can't do it. So if I am to do a trial, I'll have to register it in the national registry, so that even if a bad outcome comes, I'll have to inform. Another thing is, if the bad outcome is too bad, then you have to stop the study halfway through. All these things have to be done, and you should be credible. See, today you can do a trial and escape, but tomorrow, when you try to do the second trial, your bad practices will show you off. So we have to be very careful. So this is what the protection of the trial subject is important, and the credibility and reliability of the study data. So data should be perfect, not a compromise, not whatever you think of, like. It has to be recorded like that. And in any trial, sometimes what happens, I put a particular person on a particular molecule. This person falls down on the road because of probably even a car accident, or even he falls down, or he gets an injury, he stumbles on something else. Moment such a thing happens, it has to be recorded. We may not know the significance of it at that point of time. So if you're doing some 1,000 patients like that, you see that every patient stumbles and falls down. That means probably this is affecting the cerebellum and causing some instability. So this type of thing may not be just an observation today, but it may be a lesson later on. So everything has to be recorded. And there is always a statement saying that whether it is due to the drug or not. Initially, maybe if such a thing happens, I would say it is not related to drug. But several things happen that way. We'll have to poke and find out what is really wrong. Why GCP? It protects the rights and safety of the subjects. And trials are based on good science and are well designed and properly analyzed. Trial procedures are properly undertaken and documented, and assures integrity of the data submitted to the regulatory authorities. Our regulatory authorities are DCGI, the Drug Controller of India, and preserves a record of trial, what you call the source document. What if GCP is not followed? So I will say, oh, what is this GCP? I will do it this way. So what will happen? The patients may have a higher risk. Patients may die because of my treatment or my involving this particular patient in the trial. And data may not be reliable. All sorts of data is given. I don't check the BP, but I write some 120/80. Such entities are wrong data. And approval of dangerous and ineffective drugs might happen. So a drug which is not very good might really escape all these things and may be marketed and cause problems to many patients. On the other hand, a good molecule may be also shadowed by our wrong treatment, and costly litigation may be there, and also the investigator may be disqualified. So all these things are there in a particular study which is not GCP oriented. So primarily it's a CRO, or a clinical research officer or person who is going to get the help of regulatory authorities like DCGI, and then IRB or IEC, what's called the ethical committee, institutional ethical committee, or institutional research review board. So these people are the people who are going to allow, monitor, and conclude. And finally, investigator comes into the picture. He has his own team and gets it done. So what is this ethics committee? It's an independent committee. It has no binding by the institution. So wherein the institution will just help them organize this particular entity, but the institution has no say or should not interfere with their decisions or go about. And the functions of standard operation of their practices and regulatory guidelines, and takes care of the rights, safety, and well-being of the subjects. And finally, they review halfway through, and one person comes and visits and sees how the records are maintained. One person sees how the particular monetary benefits to the patients are given, and also approves the study documents. They should also be very responsible in finding out the safety of, the safeguard the rights, safety, and well-being of all trial subjects. But they are not supposed to see the patient, but still get all these things documented, and also have a complaint box or a suggestion box, wherein the patient should probably give their suggestions or complaints, which will be opened up by the IRB. They should also obtain the following documents. They should just go through what is this protocol, how this doctor is going to conduct this particular trial. And whatever amendments it is made, they should also go through. And patient information sheet. So the patient will have all the details, case sheet. And investigator brochure. Investigator brochure is something almost like a guideline. So this is nothing but the trials which has been conducted in various other places and what has been the reports and results. So maybe this trial would have been conducted in US, they would give a details, data about in the investigation brochure. Now we are going to do the same molecule in India. Now we'll have a look at this and see, oh, this particular molecule is very good for this. Maybe we'll have to choose this type of patient. So such learnings that we should get it from the investigator brochure. And payments and compensation are available to the subjects. So each patient will also be paid for his to and fro and also certain payments because he is getting involved in a research trial. But this should not be the enticing entity of a research. And also, in case something happens, one patient dies, there is an insurance and this patient will also get a very good claim. And investigators' current CV also should be seen by this IEC because they should know that the investigator is qualified and experienced to take this particular study. And all other documents will also related to the particular study. How do you organize this particular IEC? At least 5 members, better would be 7 members, having understood what is ICH and GCP. So someone should give them training about ICH and GCP, and at least one non-scientific member should be there. So everybody, if they are going to be doctors, they may not look from a different angle. So in our IEC, we have lawyers, we have a general population, community person, some social work organization group, and also we have a lay person. So various type of personalities are taken into consideration for the IEC and maintain the list of this particular members and qualification. And in any meeting, there should be a quorum and there should be a pharmacologist as well as a clinician to identify the particular nature of the medicine and also the improvement. What are the responsibilities of the investigator? The qualification and agreements, up-to-date CV, compliance with GCP, permission of monitoring and sponsor and regulatory authorities. If somebody comes and tries to monitor your site, you should not say, no, who are you to monitor? So authorized people monitoring from the company will be there. Monitoring from the regulatory authorities like DCGI would also be there. So all these things should be allowed and you should be able to show all the things. And there is an entity called informed consent. We'll come to it later. So informed consent is something to do with asking the patient to join in this particular study and tell him about the pros and cons of this study. So now the DCGI has also given one more higher restriction that we'll have to take a video of what we are telling the patient. See, I might say, oh, I told him all these things, but what is the evidence? So they also record a video and see whether I have informed all these things. And maintenance of a list of qualified persons who are delegated to study. So being a team leader, the investigator allocates every little work to every one person. For example, a phlebotomist, that means a person who would take a blood sample. Another person, a dietitian who will take up the dietary counseling. The third person who will be able to record all these things and keep it as a record. Another person will be able to just put it in the website or in the e-diary and also all those things. So there will be a group of people subserving, each one subserving some amount of function. Then adequate resources should be there. So you should have enough and more patients that you should be able to spend with them. And a qualified staff. The phlebotomist should be a person who is a qualified technician to take a blood sample. A dietitian should be a qualified dietitian to advise diet, something like that. And the facilities. You should have a space. You should have the patients to come. Patients should have, and they should have a email facility, fax facility, phone facility, WhatsApp facility. And all these people have to be regularly trained. So not only their qualification, they also should be trained at a particular frequency of intervals. So in case something happens, we call it as a adverse events, AE. So if a person develops a problem due to a drug therapy, we call it as AE. If the same thing is very serious, amounting to death or irreparable loss, this is called SAE, severe adverse events. Moment such a thing happens in our study, we'll have to immediately inform the ethics committee, the sponsor who has been the author for that particular molecule, and the DCGI, the licensing authority. So all these things, we just have a look that within a particular time frame, you will have to inform. And also get this particular data and submit it to the sponsor and licensing authority to say whether it is going to be due to the drug or may not be related to drug. There are 7 requirements for ethical research. One is a scientific value and societal, and scientific validity. You should have an idea that this particular molecule is good for health and maybe rectifying his problems. And fair subject selection. You should not pull people who are under your control. So that is again, that means that you are imposing on this particular entity. And finally, there should be a favorable risk-benefit ratio. So there is always a risk of a new molecule, but still there is also a benefit. So if this patient is going to be benefited out of it, it is worth taking the risk. Whereas the risk is very huge, but benefit is very minimal. This risk-benefit ratio, if it is not favorable, you are not supposed to take that particular molecule. And the respect for subjects should always be there. You should not treat them like a guinea pig. You should always treat them like any of our colleagues. And the informed consent is what I was just telling you. And independent review. So person who is not related to the particular team which is conducting, there should be a review and assess what is really happening. So social and scientific value, each study must have a social and scientific significance. The treatment or hypothesis being tested should improve health and well-being. For example, I have done so many newer molecules which are now available in the market. So when you do that particular molecule, we may not know how it works. We may not know how it is useful to the patient. So you should assess with the previous trials, with the investigation brochure, and then finally say that this molecule is worth taking this particular risk. That is how you are deciding about a particular entity. And the human subject should not be exposed to unnecessary harm or placed at a risk of potential harm without some possible social or scientific benefit from the research. So sometimes these patients may not be able to afford that much of costly medication which are coming out in the new molecule, whereas that is now going to be free for them. All medications, all the treatment will be free. And then fair subject selection. So you should not choose a convenient population. It should be a randomized sample without any bias, and the people also should not be under your care, or you should not be able to empower them to include them in a particular entity. And children, women, particularly the reproductive age group. So what happens is, I give a medication to a young lady, and halfway through she becomes pregnant. So if the baby is normal, it's okay, but still baby might have some congenital problems, birth problems. So if that is happening due to the drug, then we can't rectify it at all. So patients of reproductive age group should never be chosen, or if you choose it, then they should undergo some family planning measures so that they don't conceive during a particular trial. Children again are a little more vulnerable, and their future is dependent on so many other normal functions, so do not enter. Then the emergency patient. A patient comes to me for an emergency. At that point, a vulnerable person, no? If I say anything, they would immediately obey. At that point of time, you should not include them. And minority population, people who are of a very less number in that particular community or a particular group, you should not do it. And fetus and embryo, so that also a vulnerability, you should not do it. Favorable risk benefit ratio, which is what I was just telling to you. The risk should be minimal, benefit should be enhanced, and this should be assessed before venturing on any molecule or not. And this is the most important thing, and IRB should be doing it. And respect for research subjects. As I told you, you should not treat them like a guinea pig. You should consider them as your equals or your neighbor. And respecting subject means confidentiality and privacy. So if I told you, if I'm having a patient A, I should not go and talk about so-and-so, name them, and then say, oh, he was in this trial, he had this particular problem. All these things should never be told. So the privacy or confidentiality is important. And also provide opportunity to withdraw anytime. If he doesn't like it, he can withdraw at any point of time. And monitor subject's well-being. You give a medication, he says, oh, I'm not at all feeling well. No, continue. Not that way. Look into it, listen to him, and probably in case it is really troublesome, sometimes some of the trials give a window period or a holiday period. So at that time, you can stop the drug, observe, and then restart. Some of the studies don't give it, so we may have to terminate the study. And sometimes the drug is not effective. So I give a particular medicine, the patient's blood sugar is not at all under control with the trial product. Then what should I do? I should have an opportunity to correct it. You can't allow the patient to go with a high blood sugar all through. So this is called rescue measures. So if a patient is on a particular investigation product, not under control, the study should have the protocol that this tablet could be added or the other tablet could be added so that the patient's blood sugar also is under control. And there was one more entity called placebo control trial. What is this placebo control trial? You give a particular investigation product for group A and you give a drug like capsule or a similar thing to an injection, but it contains only water or some powder, ordinary powder, something not harmful, but it's a neutral one. It doesn't have the medicine at all. So if I give it to A team, the drug, and B, the placebo, then I would say whatever benefit this particular A team has got is because of the medicine. But nowadays, this type of trial also is getting less and less. At least you should compare it with somebody else, some other molecule, so that you will know that this particular patient is also benefited. This patient is also benefited. So that is how you'll have to proceed. And also if something new you understand, you say that this medical medicine can produce a heart problem, you should tell the patient moment you know about it. And also inform the study result. So whatever tablets you are on that has given you a lot of benefits or something like that. And if he develops a permanent disability or death, he should be compensated by financial measures. So this is informed consent which I was telling you. We'll have to have it in the regional language, a detailed summary of the trial, the molecule, and how it will be beneficial, and what are the risks involved, and tell them and give them that particular sheet so that he goes home, reads about it, and comes well aware of the things which we have mentioned. Then the video consenting, which I told you, while you are talking about the same thing to the patient, this is recorded as an evidence. So that is how the informed consent should be done. If the patient is illiterate, he cannot sign, then you should have a relative of him who will be able to vouch for his information so that he is aware that this particular person was informed about all these things. And in case it is a children study, the parent should also vouch on that particular important entity. The language used also should be non-technical. If I go on telling them about the scientific terms, patient may not understand. So it should be as colloquial as possible in the regional language so that he understands the benefit and the risk. And they should give adequate time. So very often you see, whenever this online shopping, they say, oh, only 13 minutes more, 12 minutes more, you order this. No, it very often you happen. This is just to pressurize you so that you decide without thinking. So that is where here you should give them adequate time to decide, and then the patient has to decide for whether he likes it or not. And lastly, it should also be signed and dated by the subject before participation. Anything you do in the research should be only after informed consent. You should not take a blood sample today and get the informed consent tomorrow. The first thing that you should say is, this is the drug, we are going to do this, we are not going to do that, you may be benefited with this, you may not be benefited with that, are you interested? The patient says yes, then only you can proceed with any test, any inquiry, all these things. So some of them may be just a questionnaire. Even that questionnaire, for you to identify, you need an informed consent, and then only you can do it. And this informed consent is important as well as the IEC's approval is important for any publication of data. So if you are doing a small work and just not getting an IEC, Maybe you can say, oh, I did this study. But when you're going to publish it, the first thing they will ask you is, oh, have you got the permission from an ethical committee? So that is very important. So in that way, if you do it in a proper way, you will be able to identify many newer concepts. And another thing is, the Western world is slightly different. The Asian population is different. What is good for them may not be good for us. Maybe the dose may be high there, the dose may be low. We may have a different type of diabetes, they may have a different type of diabetes. For example, you always see the Caucasian population, they are very strong, as well as very tall, well-built. Indian patients are not that much well-built. If you go to China, they are still more smaller. Japan, still more smaller. So as the world you take it from the Western world, American, this way, European, Indian, and Eastern Asian population, a lot of things vary. So when you have this variability, you can't post the same molecule for all at the same level. So indication may be different. The effectiveness may be different. For example, there is an enzyme called DPP4 enzyme. This enzyme is more with the Asian population when compared to Caucasian population. So a molecule called DPP4 inhibitor is very good in the Asian population when compared to the Caucasian population. So several things of this sort are involved. And you should also get an agreement of parents or legal guardians for children, and also the information sheet should be in the language easily understood by the relevant age groups. Then, as I told you, the independent review committee should go, and they should be unaffiliated individuals. So they should not have any bearing with the institution, so that whatever the institution feels, they should not thrust on this particular IEC. So this will reduce the impact of conflicts of interest of investigators, sponsors, and institutions. An independent review is also important for social accountability. So as a neutral person, when you view it, if it is quite okay, that means it's okay. Because I may have certain benefit of recruiting more number of patients. So if I try to do it that way in a bad manner, this particular independent review will say, you have not recruited this patient as per the GCP and the protocol. So I'll have to cut a sorry figure. So I'll be cautious. So it's only to protect the safety and confidentiality and the benefit. You have various ways and means to control it. So this independent body is constituted of medical, scientific, and non-scientific members whose responsibility is to ensure protection of the patient, safety, as well as well-being of human subjects. And all these things are to be documented. So whatever, if he says, after taking this tablet, I am sneezing a lot. And you know one interesting thing, they gave a tablet for blood pressure. They gave the blood pressure tablet, and they found that these patients started to have a very good hair growth. So this was reported. Do you know what happened? Then they decided, oh, this is a very good benefit, no? So they said, this will be promoted as a hair growth tonic. So that is the thing which they made it into a hair spray. So that is one thing. Another important thing is they did a study for the safety of this particular molecule used for the heart. But later on they found that this molecule is very useful for prevention of kidney disease during the study. Then they woke up and they said, well, now we can use it for kidney disease also. So these are the good things that we learn from these trials. So documentation is important, whether he grows a better hair or probably he becomes a bald, all these things have to be accounted. So this also should be, the GCP should also be done with a prior approval. So without approval, you do a study and then ask for an approval. Dangerous. No committee will give it, and you will be stuck halfway through. So these are a number of members who collectively have the qualification, experience to review and evaluate the science, medical aspect, and ethics of the proposed trial. And no subject to be included in trials until IRB, IEC issues written approval. So in our IEC, what I do is, the IEC is a neutral body, so I present the particular study. They would ask me a lot of questions. They get information from the pharmacologist, from the social scientist, and a legal person. And finally, after my clarification of all the doubts, I do not be there. I just go out, till they decide, discussing about the particular molecule, and then say, this is yes, it is approved or not approved. Or at that time, they may have some more questions also, which they will ask me, I will clarify, then I go out, then they decide. So they decide in the absence of the particular person who is doing the trial. This is also to make, see, if this particular person says this trial should not be done in front of me, then I may be biased on that particular person, that this person is not allowing me, So such entities would not occur. So you may not know who objected it and probably who accepted it. An investigator should promptly report to IRB, IEC whenever there is going to be a changes also. Sometimes what happens, we ask these patients to come every month. So this will have a window period of 3 days this side and 3 days that side. So you totally, within 6 days from that particular day of visit, you could see him. But that patient comes after 10 days. So what happens? This is a deviation of the protocol. So if there's a deviation, this deviation also should be informed to the particular IEC. And this is not a crime, but still there is a deviation. So you'll have to definitely inform them, and they would say, oh, no problem, you can continue. And whether there is drug reaction, any new information that you have obtained, or any changes in increasing the risk of subject, you will have to inform. So finally, human genetics and research. This is a very fascinating science, but very dangerous and very risky science. Because you will have to have so much of guarding in all these things. Because tomorrow, with this, your genes are ready with them, with the particular company. And this particular entity should not be given to them without a special permission from the patient. So you should tell the patient that they will be storing your genes and trying to see which gene person responds to this tablet better. That is the idea of doing a gene study in this particular situation. But there may be also a misuse. So we'll have to be very careful, get a specific consent in this regard, and also unless you have a trustworthy sponsor who would not misuse it, it is always dangerous. Because today if I get some genes from A or B, I can modulate it and develop into a different personality itself. Or I can develop some other wrong things which might become a social nuisance. So all these things should never be done. And all these things are to be used. Because what happens, I think you might be knowing, umbilical cord of the newer generation of children are stored. Why is it? These umbilical cord contains certain cells called pluripotent cells. These cells can be made into a beta cell. This can be made into a heart cell. This can be made into a kidney cell. All these things. So when you have this particular arrangement, you store this particular cell. In days to come, if that particular person has a problem with kidney, they could make this particular cell to make a kidney, and that kidney could be transplanted to the person. So this type of things are the important things that you benefit out of storage of a genetic material. But that also has to be done very carefully with definite consent of this particular entity. And there is always an overlap between genetic research and services for the physician as well as the patient. Therefore, adequate safeguards against therapeutic misconception are needed. And emerging genetic and genomic technologies cause emergence of newer ethical concern. See what happens if I take out a particular gene from here and maybe I take a gene from there and make it into an animal or a human being. And who is responsible for this human being? Who is the father of this human being? We do not know. It's a genetically prepared one. So such things are becoming a social as well as a legal issue. So you will be very careful. So everything as per the ICMR, as far as India is concerned, is quite safe, and you should have people like sponsors as well as the legal authority should be always very careful in doing a genetic study. And as I told you, the molecular action also depends on certain genes. So if that particular gene is there, this molecule will act better. If that particular gene is not there, this tablet will not have the normal function. So all these things can be determined depending upon the particular genetic study. So dear friends, to conclude, research performed unethically is a crime and should never to be undertaken. And however, under proper guidance, following ICH GCP, it is a boon to the investigator and research team and medical and social community and the country of origin. Today, if we identify a new molecule in India, several molecules have been identified in India, trial was conducted in India, and these molecules are now available all over the world. So our country also has contributed a lot of newer molecules, contrary to the popular belief that everything starts only from US or UK. And without research, the whole world would come to a halt. If no research is done, we come to a stop. Beyond that, there will be no use in particular treatment of any other diseases, and we would not have grown up to that extent that today we are able to treat diabetes with so many drugs. When I started my work, there were only 2 groups of drugs. Today there are 8 groups of drugs for diabetes. All these things have come only because of research, but the same thing, all these things have been done in a proper method, so it is really useful to the patient. And some of the molecules which have not come out very successfully are completely deleted from the market so that patients are not harmed. So with that, I end up my presentation, and I'll be quite happy to answer some of your questions.
Now the session is open for discussion. Participants are requested to raise their questions.
You can be quite bold to ask any question, something relevant to this or even something outside this.
Good morning, sir. Thank you so much. Your insight on the ethical use of research in the clinical side is very appreciable. My question is there any intermittent meeting after we get the ethical clearance for a study? What is the duration of a study if people plan for 6-month study? Any intermittent meeting for clearance just to check whether it is going online?
Yes, we have long-term studies like 5-year study, and some of the studies are decided on the end point. So what they say is, for a cardiac trial or cardiovascular outcome trial, there should be so many deaths of cardiac origin to stop the particular drug therapy. Not because that your drug is bad, but still while you are giving a particular drug, that will allow little more better quality of life, patient lives longer, but still to end a study, they may require a particular number of deaths, or a person who is going for a kidney damage, final kidney damage, how many of them go. So the duration of the trial maybe says 54 weeks, or sometimes 5 years, or something like this. Whenever there is going to be any study, the IEC should be able to meet regularly, and the presenter, the investigator, should be presenting to the committee that this trial has now grown up to 10 weeks. We have not had any drawbacks or SAE or AE, and they are faring well. Or we have had one problem, one patient died, and the death was not due to the drug, it was due to his cardiac problem. So we'll have to post these entities for them to know what is happening.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for your insight on human ethical research. I have a basic question. That is, each of us respond differently to a drug.
Yes.
Even though, yes. So in such a case, will there be a categorization of some of them will respond quickly, some of them will have toxic effects, and few of them doesn't respond?
Yes.
In such a case, will we then categorize the subjects based on their response and then further continue our work?
What we do is, we have some inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. See, for a simple entity of diabetes, the obese persons behave differently, the lean persons in the diabetes behave differently. So if you are pulling them all together, you will not be able to come to a conclusion. So what they do is, this is a person for whom we are conducting a trial should have the following entities. So this inclusion criteria will be age. See, I can't compare a 30-year-old person and an 80-year-old person. So the age group should be between this particular area and this particular entity. And the diabetes duration should also be only for 1 year or 3 years or probably 10 years. So you can't combine these two patients, they are different. Plus racial differences also. I cannot do an Indian person on one entity, next is a European another one. So racial differentiation. So these are standardized, and you also have exclusion criteria. So by exclusion criteria, we will be able to cut down the major differences in the clinical presentation. But One thing, as I told you, the genetic makeup we may not know. So, say 10 people of the same category with different genes may behave differently. So that is one thing we may not be able to assess. Otherwise, we try to group patients almost having the same pattern and then give a particular drug and see. So usually, it is similar in that particular group. But variations could happen. So in that situation, we would say, for example, I said, no, DPP4 is an enzyme which is present little more in the Indian population, not in the Caucasian population. But even in the Indian population, one person may not have adequate DPP4. For that particular patient, this tablet may not be very useful. So, but very unfortunately, we will not be able to go deeper into that plane and find out why this patient has not responded or why this person is responding very well, because that will be out of the protocol. The question is a very, very good question.
Good morning,
Yes,
sir.
madam.
Sir, I have two questions. The first one would be going with the example of diabetes that you are offering me. As a researcher, I am developing a drug or molecule for diabetes, and my trial has started. But somewhere along the line, the patient tends to get a resistance towards diabetic drugs as well, especially those who are long-term chronic diabetic patients. How do I include this into my study as a forethought?
The answer is, madam, when you are trying to give a particular drug for a person, we have an open mind that everybody will respond. But once a person does not respond, we try to go into the details, whether the patient is adhering for diet, doing his regular exercise, and also the compliance of the medication. So if these three are okay, then we decide whether this particular patient is resistant to this particular molecule. Maybe if the rescue measures are there, we try to give them some other molecule which is permitted as per the protocol and bring him down to the same normal blood sugar. Or some of the studies say, no rescue measures. The patient is under control, well and good. Not under control, terminate. So these patients will terminate. But we will not be able to again go into these details why this patient has not responded beyond diet, exercise and compliance of the patient.
No, my outlook on the question was, would it affect or introduce a bias into my study, and therefore will it statistically, alter my study?
But most of the trials are double-blinded. So I didn't mention about that. So blinding is something that they give you a molecule or a capsule. They also give another capsule which does not have the medicine at all. But I may not know, I will not know which is a placebo, which is a tablet. So sometimes when you give this particular entity for, say, 5 people, 2 people will be responding, 3 people will not responding. Then my botheration is to just say he is not responding. At the end of the study, they will unblind the study and say, oh, these 3 people were on placebo, only these 2 people were on the drugs. So it may be due to the placebo also.
My second question, sir, thank you for that answer. My second question is, many of the pharmacological companies today do something called repurposing of drugs.
Sorry, madam?
Repurposing of drugs. You use the drug for one thing, it works for some time, and then you try to use it for another disease. If that's the case, would we go in for a new study altogether? Should we apply again? Or would it be considered part of the previous study as well?
You are absolutely correct. So that's what I was just telling you, that hair growth medicine, that was meant for hypertension control only. So there they decided this medicine is good for hypertension or not. That's the end of the trial. This observation has to be looked into in a different trial. Basic purpose of the trial is to find out whether the growth of the hair is normal or abnormal or high or low. Same way I was just telling you, there is a molecule called dapagliflozin. This comes under a group called SGLT2 inhibitor. So this it was really a serendipity that when we did the trial, we were worried whether the patient may have a heart attack or something of that sort. We found no patient is getting a heart attack. Well, we are happy. Then at the end of the trial, we saw that the patients who were on this particular medicine had 33% reduction in the heart attack. So that was the outcome of that particular trial called cardiovascular outcome trial. Incidentally, they were analyzing urea, creatinine, kidney function and other things. They found that the kidney deterioration was not there. The patient was recovering from kidney problem. But this is an observation and it cannot be said that it cannot be concluded as a very important. Then they said, This was called as EMPA outcome. Then they said EMPA kidney trial. So the EMPA kidney trial selected patients for the kidney problem, analyzed every bit of the investigation for a kidney problem, and that also proved good in that particular trial. But sometimes when you do that type of trial, it may not be significant enough. So in that case, it cannot be recommended for the particular usage. So this is what is called as a labeling of the product. So for example, if I give this particular molecule A, this is used to be used for diabetes, blood sugar reducing purpose only. But this may have another effect. But I am not supposed to give it for another purpose unless it is in the label. This label is given only after these trials. So for example, the DAPA trial, they concluded that it is good for diabetes, it is good for kidney, it is good for the heart. So today, not only diabetologists, but also renal problem dealing doctor, nephrologist, the cardiologist, they are also using this tablet, Gallo. And this is only after the newer trial, dedicated kidney trial or dedicated heart trial.
So one more question related to animal models and human clinical research. A few of the scientists have done their studies in the animal model. Is it really applicable to human? Is there any success rate related to those studies?
Basically, they have chosen starting from rats, guinea pigs. Then the next entity is dogs. Particularly in diabetes, dogs have been the investigated animal. And rodents also, there's called a DB mouse, diabetic obese mouse. So these are the clinical animals that they have used. And also chimpanzees. Normally there is always some variation between animals, models and human beings, but usually it is not grossly abnormal. And we also do not have a way or ways and means of doing it in a human trial straight away. So it is, you give it to the dog. Insulin was given only to a dog called Margarine. And that particular dog survived. They did a pancreas removal operation. Then the dog became sick. Then they gave insulin. The dog became healthy. So they knew that in type 1 diabetes, insulin will work. Then they gave it to human beings. So that is how it starts. It may not be 100% concordance, but there will be at least 85 to 90% concordance.
Thank you, sir.
And the lifespan of these animals also differ. See, if I am to give a particular molecule and see in a human being, I have to wait for 60 years, 70 years. You can't do that. You can't run a trial for 60 years. If you do it in a rodent, the entire life of a rodent is only going to be very short. So during that particular entity, you will see the entire aging process and how this responds in the deterioration of diabetes. So that can be studied in a shorter period.
Another simple question, sir. You was talking about the benefits and the risks involved. Is there any standards which is in the guidelines?
There is a separate algorithm and a chart with which you are supposed to find out the patient's activity, patient's sleep, patient's mood, plus these other entities, and the functions of every system. So it should not affect this, it should not affect that, it should be at least neutral here. Something of that category is there. It is points are given, and these points are compiled to say risk benefit is more.
Okay. Is the institutional ethical committee decides on this benefits, risks, or ICMR decides?
The ethical committee decides on that. But we also have an indirect guidance because this molecule would have been investigated in a different place. And there the results are good. So that gives you an inner feeling or sense of security. But it has to be done pertaining to our patients.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Students.
Yes?
Obtaining a human volunteer itself is a difficult task.
Comparing?
So I have few basic questions, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
So obtaining the human volunteers is a difficult task. How you are strategizing or managing it? And again, when we are selecting 100 population, so we cannot able to monitor all the 100 patients for the trial period. For example, 2 or 3 months. But there will be variation in the data.
Sorry, I'm not able to hear you well.
Okay, whether I'm too... when we are studying the population of 100 patients, we cannot track down the activities of all the 100 patients. There will
Just
be
a minute.
variation. in
So
the
what
data.
happens is recruitment would be 100. The patient who goes all through the study may not be 100. There will be dropouts. But the team, the investigatory team, should see to it that 99% of the people complete the trial. So if I do 100 patients and all 90% have left, only 10% I am able to see in the end stage, end of the trial, it's the investigator is not a correct person to do it. You'll have to follow, motivate, and then try to do it. So, as you say, all may not complete, but at least major number of the patients should be able to complete with a particular team who are motivating and monitoring them in a nice manner. Next question, madam.
So,
And the other thing, the data which you get on a trial wherein there's a lot of dropouts is becoming insignificant. So if you are going to take up any conclusion from that study, you have lost 90%, you have taken only 10% of the people, and when you do a particular conclusion, it will be mostly wrong.
So, sir, you are telling about the human volunteers. When we are doing any trials, as you said,
Sorry, madam, I'm not able to
so I will be coming for the hospital for a certain time, but we cannot able to have a track of all the patients. So, what is the strategy that you will plan to make them to come for any trial studies?
Right. You mean to say that the compliance of medication plus the particular sequential reviews have to be done in a proper way? How are you asking me how I am able to do that?
Yes, sir.
Diabetic patients, normally, even if they are not under any trial, we ask them to come every month. So that has become a norm or what you call standard operation. So when you are doing it for the particular study population, we tell them during informed consent that you will have to come 10 times during this 1 year. And you have some telephonic visits also in between. Or any time when you have any problem, you can call us. All these things we tell them, and then only we recruit them. And today, if I know that this particular person has to come next week, my coordinator will inform them that it's almost coming to for your next visit, you are supposed to come on such and such a day. Suddenly this patient will say, oh, I've got a function in Madras, so I'll not be able to come on that day. Then we try to give them an option. You come 2 days earlier or some 2 days later and fix up a date. So it is just reassuring them as well as reinforcing the amount of importance of this particular visit. And this we are able to, by God's grace, we are able to get it almost 99%, except for 1 or 2 who may go out of us. All other people are there.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. No questions from the younger audience? Why? Good. See, once you start asking a question, you always have a feeling that, am I going to expose my ignorance in this area? When I was a student sitting on that side, I never used to ask question. Because if I ask question, my examiner or my teacher would say, "Idu kuda unakku theriyaliya?" Right? But that is a gone up era. Today, you should always come up with your answer. We are fully aware that you are not the master of this particular area, right? So whatever you are in a position, the other person is also in the same boat. So if you are ignorant, they will also be ignorant. So there is no harm in exposing ignorance and learn. So today, I can't expose my ignorance. I have come to that stage, like your teachers. No? So if you ask me a question, if I don't know, I would manage, go and read up and then come and tell you. I cannot say, oh, sorry, I don't know. No, all these things I cannot do. But you can happily do it. So you can ask any idiotic question also. I'll be too happy to answer. Come.
What is the minimum IRB requirement for the maintenance for research records, sir? Related to IRB.
Minimum IRB number?
Yes, sir.
7. 7 members should be there. Of which legal person, social person, pharmacologist should be there in every meeting.
Do IRB includes human heartbeat rates, sir, in that study? In that study, do they relate heartbeat of a human?
Sorry?
In that IRB study, do they relate the heartbeat of the human to record the observation?
What is it? Heartbeat?
heartbeat.
So, sorry.
சார் ஐஆர்பியில் வந்து நீங்கள் சொன்னீங்க இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ரிவ்யூ போர்டில் வந்து ஹியூமன் சப்ஜெக்டில் வந்து ஹார்ட் பீட் வந்து எடுப்பாங்க அப்சர்வேஷன்.
Right. She wants to know whether the IRB will take up heartbeat and heart rate, isn't it? They are not technically oriented at all. The heartbeat may come to 140, the heartbeat may go to 50, they are not bothered. But if the patient is going to die because of 140, they will be interested. So we don't give any data, this patient's BP is this, pulse rate is this, blood sugar is this, height, weight is this, nothing of that stuff. They will see whether this patient is comfortable, whether we are torturing a patient, whether we are trying to cheat a patient. So this is the idea of an IRB.
Thank you, sir.
No technical data. Pulse, BP, blood pressure, weight, height, all these things. Very good. I'm really happy. She has taken a lot of notes, no? Yes. And when you take a notes, when I was a student, see, you sometimes feel sleepy. So you can't be attending every class like that, no? Or one of the classes, you feel sleepy. So what happens is you write a notes like that, and it becomes a dot, then finally it becomes a straight line. It happens. Anyhow, student is a student. It will always be the same. Yes?
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, my question is related to the medical ethics. Actually, a patient... Medical ethics. Medical ethics. It's based on medical ethics. Right. A patient which is suffering from heart ventricular dysfunction. Heart ventricular dysfunction.
Ventricular dysfunction.
And another patient is suffering from kidney failure.
What
is
failure?
Kidney failure.
Kidney failure. Right.
Is there any possibility to transplant it within one community? Because an organ transplantation is being always a waiting list condition.
Yeah.
It is ethically possible?
Yes. You see, you might have seen a lot of kidney transplants happening in the community. Kidney transplant has almost become a vogue. So in case a person fails with dialysis, he has to be necessarily on dialysis. Only thing is, when you are doing a kidney transplant, you should know whether this patient will have a good survival. You take so much of pains in an 80-year-old man, and finally he will die of his age in next 2 years. So that is the thing which you should have in mind. The second thing is, a donor should be a proper donor. There should not be any problem related to rejection. So these are two important things apart from the selection of a candidate for transplant. In Madurai, I am very proud to tell you, in Government Rajaji Hospital, we have done a heart transplant, and that patient also was surviving. So any transplant could also be done, not a problem. But the indication should be correct. Unless you do it for the right patient, it is very difficult. Sometimes what you do is you give some money, get one person donor, is not a related donor, and HLA typing may not be good. In that situation, the kidney, after all your procedure, it will be rejected. So finally he comes back to stage 0. So this is one thing. Anything else I should clarify you?
Actually, my question was that both the patients' survival time is very less, sir. So any one of the patient can survive. Is there possible within them to be transplanted? Any one of the patient can survive.
You want me to say whether these patients will survive after heart transplant or kidney transplant?
No, sir. No, sir. It is ethically correct. It is actually a patient which is suffering from heart ventricular dysfunction and another patient from kidney failure, sir.
Yes.
And they both are admitted in the same hospital, but the doctor said that the survival rate is very low. For both of them, the survival rate is very low. Any one of the patient can survive. But the organ waiting list is more. If there any possible to be ethics to be done here, within one hospital it can be transplanted.
To prioritize transplant.
Yeah, yes, sir.
See, it depends on the clinical situation. That's what I was just telling you. If a person is aged, it may not be really useful. If the person has already an autoimmune disease, once you put the other kidney also, there may be a damage. So it's a clinical judgment which gives the priority. Ethically, what they can do is, you should not go hold a particular, catch a hold a particular. In one of the film comedies, you know, Vaigai Puyal, Vadivel used to go into a van and finally get his kidneys operated, you know. Have you seen that movie? Such unethical procedures should not be done. That is for a comedy, don't bother about it. But if I am to donate a kidney, I should have the feeling that I am really donating it for her or him. And I should not be forced by these people. So that is how you'll have to do for a transplant. The decision is only on the particular doctor who is dealing with that. If I have got a heart failure, you might get a cadaver heart easily on that particular day. So he will be benefited. On that day, he may not get a cadaver kidney on that particular day, so he may not be opted for a kidney transplant. So much depends on this rather than ethical issues.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you for your lecture, sir. It's such a wonderful lecture, sir.
Thank you.
And my question is that there's an increasing number of diabetes nowadays, sir.
Yes.
Even the children, the small children are getting the diabetes. I know, sir, because of the genetics, the genetic and by the environment, by the food, they are getting diabetes. About these things, what are the reasons they are getting? There are an increase of diabetes, sir.
It's a very good question. Actually, I was discussing with your principal to give me an opportunity to talk to you on diabetes prevention. She said, yes, probably any day she might call me. I will come back and talk to you in detail. In general, it's a genetic predisposition that makes you to get into a particular disease, particularly diabetes. But this genetic predisposition has been there for so many generations, right? But why this generation or the previous generation alone gets more diabetes? This is because of the environmental factors. When we were doing our college, I used to come to the college by cycle and go back the cycle. But today, all my students, they come in a two-wheeler or at the most in the car. So no physical exercise. That is one important factor. The second thing is, whenever we feel like going and having something for our dinner, breakfast or lunch, we used to go to Aryabhan those days, have a dosa, all those things, or go to a Taj hotel, which is in Town Hall Road. I don't know, many of you may not know it. So only these two places were there. So maximum we could eat is some chicken, some chapati or something of that sort, or a dosa or idli. But today you have the fast food. The fast food is nothing but a high calorie, high cholesterol diet. So when you take this routinely, there's no harm in at your age having one pizza or a burger. But every week, you go on gulping some burger and pizza, and that too, you don't even go there. You call, burger comes to your mouth. And maybe in the days to come, there will be some machine which will push it in. So you are made very lazy. You don't even get near the TV and switch it on. You have a remote. So that has become the practice, reducing your exercise and increasing your food intake, calorie intake, plus wrong type of food. If you are taking a lot of vegetables, fruits and other things, it's very good. But when you take this type of fast food, the problem happens. Third thing is stress. Stress is something which makes a person develop diabetes, hypertension or heart problem. Today, every person is stressed. A teacher is stressed. A student is also equally stressed. A student from 9th standard onwards, they go on meddling with her, not allowing her to see the entire world. They are allowed to see only the books. You need preparation, this preparation, that preparation. So it makes your life very stressful. When we were all in the school, if you get more than 50 marks, you are credited, you are congratulated. Today, 50 marks, useless. It should be 99.5 or 99.6. Only then you are able to survive. This amount of stress for an youngster is also diabetogenic. So these are the three important things. Genetic predisposition on hand, plus lack of exercise. Adequate fiber is not there. Unnecessary or probably high calorie food is there. Lastly, stress. So to prevent this, what should you do? You should do some exercise. So what I usually recommend in the college, you have some songs. 4 songs, you just put it in your mobile phone, dance for 4 songs every day, right? Okay, even if your warden asks you, why you are dancing in the hostel, then you say, Madam, I don't like to dance at all, but only Dr. Asirvadam came here and said for prevention we have to dance for 4 songs every day. Go and dance. Best form of exercise. As far as youngsters are concerned, if I ask you to go for walking, how will you feel? Terribly bad. Second thing is eat healthy food. See, in the hostel, I know in any hostel that primarily there's a vegetarian meal with an added envy. Take plenty of vegetables. Nobody is going to limit vegetarian. They'll always limit only non-vegetarian. So take plenty of vegetables. Don't take much of root vegetables. Take plenty of vegetables. Then when you go for a party, see today it's her birthday, we're going for a party. At the time, take some burger, no problem. But daily burger should not be your habit. Third one is try to be a little more spiritual. I personally have a spiritual entity encounter, which really gives me a lot of peace. So that is how I pray. I really get regenerated. So you have either prayer or some meditation, some yoga, or even if all these things are not there, you go for a holiday, just relax in a beach or relax in a hill station. That will bring down your stress level. That doesn't mean that you should go and stay there for long. At least once in a month or once in 3 months, go there, relax yourself. If all these things are not possible, as a group, as your friends, go for a comedy movie, enjoy it, come back, you'll feel much better. Don't go for a thriller or for some violent movie, So that will increase your stress. So this is a thing that you could do practically. Yes?
Next question, sir.
Oh, you have one more question.
Yes, sir. Actually, you told us about the research, sir. It's really useful for us. And I have one question. What if the individual human trials are getting... what if the human trial, the subject, are withdrawing in the middle of the research, sir? What does it affect the person?
Sorry, I'm not able to hear you well. Could you give me a mic?
As you said, sir, the person have the rights to withdraw in the middle of the research. Does it affect the individual? Does it cause any disease, sir, to the person?
Pill. Be a physical, psychological problem, or
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful lecture. Sir, this is a personal question. This is a bit away from this topic. And my friend is diagnosed with chronic pancreatitis. And, yes, sir. And she used to say that she have a high risk of getting diabetes in future. And she's just 19 years old. Is there any thing to prevent getting rid of diabetes in future?
Particularly with pancreatitis,
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. If I'm going to analyze breast cancer patients, sir, so by excluding the rest of the factors like sugar, the rest of the things, so I will get lesser number of samples, sir. So for the SNP analysis, how can I interpret the data, sir? Because my sample for SNP's analysis, we want almost higher than for the frequency analysis. So how can we cope up with that, sir? Sir, such may that may bias the data, sir. Yes, sir. We are working on SNP, sir, analysis. Yes, sir. So for that, how can we cope with the SNP, sir? Because we need, if we go ahead with the lesser number of samples, our frequency also reduced. Sir, we also come to a conclusion for lower frequency, sir, as compared to the demography analysis. So, okay. Yes. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
So you may not know what type of gene that particular person has or how that particular gene is going to be translated in the form of drug action. So that is an unbiased one. Fortunately, I may get more number of patients who could react well with this particular drug, or unfortunately, I may not get it. But you are not responsible for it. Unless you do a screening, you identify that gene, you collect that particular amount of gene persons alone, then it is biased. Yes, good afternoon. Am I taking a little longer time? All right. Wound healing, yeah. It's prolonged. So you are asking a wrong person on that, because I believe only in allopathy. So I cannot give a comment on other measures. But thing is, we have done a lot of study of individual drug, depending upon the size, nature, and the site of the wound, and trying to give a medication, some 3 types of medication, and found that this medication is better. We have got a lot of evidences in that. But other form of medications, they don't have that. See, whenever you try to apply a particular ointment on a particular wound, that gets healed. That doesn't mean that will be universally acceptable for all. You don't have a proper evidence except for this particular person. So whenever you are trying to fix up a particular treatment modality, it should be a evidence-based medicine. So what I would have is, I have treated 1,000 patients with this particular ointment, 1,500 patients with the other ointment. This found. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for patiently and enthusiastically answering all our questions. Gratitude unlocks the full, it turns what we have into enough and then more and then more. Knowing that, I welcome Dr. A. Lourdes Mary, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the organizing team, I take this as an opportunity to thank Dr. Asirvadam, Consultant Diabetologist, Arthur Asirvadam Hospital, Madurai, for accepting our invitation to share his expertise with us and on ethics in human research. He has taken us gradually through what is research ethics, the norms and values in the context of research. He also emphasized the research involving human subjects with the exposure to the horrible trials of yesteryears really made us think the painful part of the research with not much responsibility and regulations then. The insights that he has shared with us, such as the need for adequate disclosure from the investigator and the regulations that govern the study for the safety of the subject and the investigator, the importance of clinical practices and the role to authenticate the study for publication, the institutional ethical committee and its responsibilities, and the 7 steps finally to the clinical study has helped us to be more ethical. Finally, he also cautioned us about the various guidelines and the aspects relevant to genetic studies using human subjects to follow the ICMR guidelines as required. And as you said, research performed unethically is a crime. We admit that we will promise to do our research ethically, which involves human subjects. As a take-home message, the insights will help us really to take our research seriously when we involve human subjects. And finally, I thank the faculty and the students who have made it very interactive, and I thank one and all present here for your presence and your listening very carefully to the doctor. And I hope we will make this event a very successful hearing to the next speaker also. Thank you, one and all.
For that meaning.
So thank you very much. I really felt very cozy. I really enjoyed the particular thing, and I sincerely thank the organizers for calling me and giving me this nice opportunity. Thank you.
Dr. R. Bhanumati. I invite Mrs. B. Shanti, Associate Professor, Department of Zoology, to welcome the guest speaker, Dr. R. Bhanumati.
Good afternoon, everyone gathered here. It's my privilege to welcome Dr. Bhanumati in this forum. We welcome you, ma'am. On behalf of the Department of Zoology and Biotechnology, I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Bhanumati here, who is actually a Deputy Controller of Patents Designs, Patent Office, Chennai. For her credit, I would like to mention few words about Dr. Bhanumati. Dr. Bhanumati did her MSc Biotechnology in Bangalore University, and she did her PhD in Biotechnology at Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology, Trivandrum, Kerala, and her postdoctoral fellowship in Intellectual Property, Research Tools and Biotechnology in the University of Bologna, Italy. Now, I would like to mention few of her visits, participation, and representations in different places across the world. Dr. Bhanumati has attended training program by technology examiners at Japan Patent Office during the year 2007, and she has represented as an Indian member at 31st World Intellectual Property Organization Standing Committee of Patents at Geneva, Switzerland. Also, she has represented as a member, Indian member at 28th session on Committee on Development and Intellectual Property, again Geneva, Switzerland, during the year 2022. So with these few words of introduction, once again, I welcome and I request Dr. Bhanumati to deliver a lecture on IPR in life sciences. Thank you, ma'am.
Can we switch off these lights? It's too glary. I can't see anything in front. Yeah, that's very good. So I think before we go to intellectual property rights, we need to first of all know. Okay, can you hear me? Yes, okay. So intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights means, can you hear me? Yes, okay. So intellectual property rights means anything created by the mind. Okay, it can be anything. So if there is a need, they say necessity is the mother of any innovation. So there must be a need. So when you do something in response to that need, it becomes an intellectual property. But you need protection because it is something which is created by your intellect, right? So based on our daily needs, I have some examples here which are quite interesting. It can be something very simple. It can be something which is very complicated. But then it is an innovation. So even a small innovation can have a lot of benefit and you can make money out of it. So today what we have is few examples. Okay? Say for example, the one hand opener, bottle opener. That is a very small thing which you feel is not really important, but it is significant. And the inventor has made millions. Okay, so here what we have are few examples. Okay, these are all the requirement based innovations. So before we go into intellectual property, we have some examples, okay? See, the sunrise pillow. This is very beautiful. It actually can wake you up with light, okay? It can also give you, it is also having an alarm, inbuilt alarm. So you can actually tune it, whether you want early morning music, light music, devotional music, animal or bird sounds, okay? So it is that kind of a sunrise pillow, okay? Light, the light also comes, okay? So it's something very beautiful. Early morning, you are waking up with the music which you like, okay? With the little light. It's something like that. See, for example, the cup. Whenever you drink, what happens? It starts, you know, the table gets stained, isn't it? So you have a very small innovation so that it does not stain your table, okay? You have an alarm. It is an alarm, it's a clock which is actually telling you what you should do. But you have to regulate it, okay? It is something which you can display it on the wall saying what is your timing. Say for example, you are a student. So you can just modulate the clock saying that 6 o'clock you have to get up. So it will start showing you, it's 6 o'clock, you have to get up, start studying. Now it's time to walk. Now it's time to eat your breakfast. Now it's time to exercise, something like that. Okay, so you have very small innovations, and the light which you can see, the first one is very interesting. This is actually, it is using the light, solar energy. Okay, the moment you go below it, it blooms like a flower. So it is energy conservation and sustainable use. So these are all very small innovations. See for example these. So there is a mother, there is a child who can sit in the trolley, and the mother can go to work skating. Isn't it? So these are all very small innovations but can make money. So you have to think, necessity is the mother of invention. As a woman, I think this is one of the best things, okay? The child, whenever you have a child, you will understand that it's so difficult to give a bath because the soap will invariably go into the child's eye and the child will hate it. So this is very small innovation, but it is a gift for any mother, okay? See this butter, it heats. The spoon heats the butter. So you don't need to heat it, melt it, nothing. Just on the spoon and take the butter. See the second one. This is a posture. It is actually a posture corrector. You just have to put it on your back. Without it, the lady is bending. Okay? When you put the posture corrector, it is actually pricking you. Okay? Small vibrations. So you stand up straight. See, so many of you are bending and sitting. Sit down straight. You need the posture corrector. Sit down. Okay? So these are very small innovations, but are important. Okay? I think the one where the person is pouring water, no, that's very beautiful. Because the water, you can just pour it, but it only drips one drop at a time. So it is actually depicting rain, isn't it? Okay. Now let's go back to our subject. I hope everybody is awake now. So we start with the moment, like till now what we were telling, necessity is the mother of invention. So intellectual property. Intellectual property means it is a creation of the mind. It can be a physical invention, okay, something like a chair, a table. It can be something which you imagined and you drew. It can be a painting. It can be a sculpture, okay? It can be a storybook, it can be poetry. So all of them are innovations which are IPR. IPR means intellectual property. Now the moment you create this property, you can register it. The moment you register it, it becomes IPR. Okay? Now you can commercially exploit it. So what is IPR? It is a creation of intellect. Okay? It can be in any field. It can be in the industrial field, say for example, drug for breast cancer. It can be in the scientific, it can be in the literary. Say for example, J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter. You've read the book, right? Or you watched the movie, isn't it? Everybody. You should sit straight. Do you need the posture corrector? Okay, who gives these rights? Who gives? The government gives. So, when you go to a particular country, say for example India, the government of India gives you the rights. Which right? The IPR rights. Okay. Now, if you have a patent in India, can you use it in US? No. Okay. You have to go to US to get the right in US. Okay. Now, once you get this right from the government, okay, the owner gets the right. What can you do with that right? You have to commercially exploit it. What do you mean by commercial exploitation? What? Make money. Mass production, what do you do with? You have lot of it. Okay, say for example, you have made a tasty idli. Okay, you just mass produce and keep it in your house, it will rot. You have to sell it. You have to make money out of it. Otherwise, it's better to have a publication, isn't it? You can just put a banner and say, I do good idli. You have to make money out of it. Okay? So, this is because the government gives you the right and you will commercially exploit it. So, if you say you don't want to do it, you can always assign or sell it off to somebody else to do it. Or you can do it yourself. Okay? So, intellectual property, you have two major classes. One is called the registered rights, one is the unregistered rights. So, some intellectual property, the moment it is created, it is intellectual property. But you need to register mostly. Why you should register? I'll tell you. So, registered rights, you have three major categories. One is patents, trademarks, designs, and geographical indications. Unregistered rights is like copyright, confidentiality, and passing off. Now, the moment you register, okay, you get protected. Say for example, you made a unique drug, okay, you have invented a drug. If you don't register it, and you think you have a student who was working or a colleague who was working, he goes and sells it off to somebody else without your permission. You go to court, the court will say, did you register it? Is there any proof? So, it is important to register it. So that you can go to the government and say, see, I have this document from the government. I am the owner. Okay? That is why registration is important. Say for example, you have a painting. Okay? Copyrights are like paintings. Okay? You can protect. So the moment you create, it is your right. But if you register, you get your rights more protected. Because if somebody tries to use it without your permission, you can stop them when you go to court. Otherwise, it's very difficult to prove it in the court. Okay? That's why registration is very important. So let's see what is patents. Patents, it's a contract between the inventor and the state. It is territorial. So if you have it in India, it only protects in India. Okay? It is for a limited period of time. Patents are for how many years? 20 years. This is for physical products. Okay? It can be process, it can be apparatus, but it has to be something tangible. Okay? So, if you need to get a patent, the product has to be, or the process should be novel. Okay? It should be new, it should be inventive, and you should disclose. Why should you disclose? Because once the 20 years is over, okay, somebody and everybody can use it. Say for example, you have a drug, okay, like sir was talking about repurposing, re-engineering. We had so many questions, right? So for example, you have aspirin. Aspirin was a cardiovascular drug, okay. It was actually an anti-inflammatory drug for fever. Okay. Aspirin, when it was invented, was used for what? It was used for fever. Okay. But later, they found that it could stop heart attacks. Okay. Cardiovascular diseases. It could stop it. So what happened is, the moment the inventor knew I can use it for fever, he got a patent for how many years? I can't hear you. 20 years. Now after that, when they were doing trials, they found that you can use it also for which disease? Cardiovascular. Very good. So cardiovascular. So now he comes again back to the patent office and says, give me aspirin for what? Cardiovascular. So how many years will he get protection? For the same thing, how many years? First he got 20 years, he got it for fever, isn't it? 20 years. Now again he wants to get it for cardiovascular. So how many years he will get? 40 years. So this is called evergreening. Okay? Evergreening means you use it for something, again you make it a little different and you use it again for something. So in India, we have a particular section. It's called section 3D. It is a benchmark in India. Okay? This stops evergreening. So once you have the product patented, you cannot again repurpose it, refurbish it and get again protection. Okay? So this stops evergreening. That's why Indian Patent Act is very important and we are actually a benchmark in the world. Okay? So you have to, why should you stop it? Because after 20 years, anybody can use it. Okay? So let's come to designs. Design is for any article. It is for the appeal. Say for example, we have different types of chairs here, isn't it? You have a plastic chair, you have a wooden chair, you have another wooden chair. Everything is a chair. But the design is very different, isn't it? So the design also adds a feature. It adds an appeal. Okay, if I give you all three chairs and say sit down, you would try to first see which looks more beautiful, isn't it? You will see which is better looking. Then you will see whether it is comfortable, isn't it? So design is an appeal. It is an aesthetic factor. And even for this you get IP protection. So this is the second IP we are studying. Okay? So if you see the aesthetic appearance, for that you can get design protection. But once you have a design in the market, you can start marketing it, then you can apply for design. Okay? That is within 1 year of it in the market. Okay? And once you register it, you will get a design number. So when you go home, please open your mobiles or any products you have in the house, like say for example TV, and see behind there will be one register number. Even a bottle, a plain bottle will have a design registered number. Okay? And it can be used for any handicraft item, industrial item. But what is the requirement? It has to be new. Okay? And you will get a 5-year monopoly which can be renewed maximum till 25 years. Okay? This is clear? Okay. Designs come in different categories. So when you apply for a design, when you want a design for a watch, you have to put it in the watch category. Okay? So you have to see in which category of the classification in designs that your item falls. You can't just put an application. Every application falls in specific category. Say for example, you want to study in this college. Do you just come and say, I want to study in this college? No. You choose a particular branch, say zoology, botany, chemistry. Similarly, even design has classification. So you have to put it under the correct classification. That much is clear? Yes or no? Are you people hungry? Because there's no sound at all. Okay, let's go to the third intellectual property, that is the trademarks. Trademarks can be any word. It can be a name, it can be a logo, it can be a symbol, okay? It can be even music. Have you heard of Airtel Music? Is there The moment you hear that music, you know it is Airtel, isn't it? So, any word which you can use, it has to be, for trademarks, it has to be distinctive. Say for example, you want to sell sari, okay, a sari. You cannot have a trademark as something sari. You can't have sari. The trademark has to be distinctive. Okay, give me an example of a laptop name, the trademark, which is distinctive. Apple. Can you link Apple with Apple? But then, when you say Apple laptop, you can imagine it, isn't it? So, it is a distinctive feature. But you cannot associate Apple with Darjeeling apple, okay? You cannot have a trademark for Darjeeling apple with the name Apple. You can't, okay? It has to be distinctive, okay? You can first start using and then you can register, but the registration is very important because trademarks are more important nowadays because it gives you a brand value. Okay, and so people are ready to sell and people are also manipulating and using. So it is very important that you register it before you start using. So tell me one thing about Madurai, okay, in Madurai, which is very distinct trademark. What? That is GI. No, I'm talking about, say, Arya Bhavan, A to B. A to B? What is A to B? Adayar, Ananda Bhavan, isn't? That's why it's A to B. So these are distinct trademarks. The whole of Tamil Nadu has it, isn't it? So tell me something else, some other name. A restaurant? Yes, the pink dupatta girl, tell me one name. What? What? GRT, excellent. Something else from that side? The girl in the black dupatta? Yes, please tell me one trademark. I can't hear you. Okay, Sarvana Bhavan? Yes, which biryani? Yeah, Talapakatti. So they are all trademarks. So the moment you see that name, you can say, yes, let's go there. Okay? So this much is clear? Okay. Trademarks, you can start using, then you can apply. Okay? But if you get it, okay, if you register it, it's more stable for you. Okay? And the moment you get a trademark, they usually use the sign R with a symbol. So it says that it is registered. Okay? So, there is something called service marks. Service marks means this is for distinguishing services. Say for example, like Indian Postal Service or Apollo Hospitals. When you see the sign Apollo Hospital, you know it is a service, that it's hospital wing. Okay? So, something like that. So, these are called service marks under trademarks. Okay? So, this is an example of deceptively similar trademarks. So, people try to mimic it so that you can actually deceptively try to sell your product. Why? Because the trademark is associated with the brand and the goodwill. So, if you see 1980s, okay, whenever you want to buy shoe, people used to go to 1980s, 1990s, when you want to buy shoe, people go to Bata. Okay, now you don't need to go because we have so many things online and so many things accessible, but there was a brand value. So now you want to buy gold jewelry. Where do you go to? What? You go to GRT, something like that, right? Why? Because you know that the quality is all right. Do you go to small jewelers unless you know them? No. You go to brands. Why do you go to brands? Why do you want to buy Apple laptop? Because you know that the brand is good brand, okay? It will last for a long time, okay? It will last for a long time. Battery kuch nahi hoga, okay? It is going to be good product. So you believe. If you want a watch, you go to what? You go to Titan. You have better money, you go to Raga, isn't it? Do you just buy any watch? If you have the money, you buy a brand. Why the brand? Because of the goodwill. ठीक है? Copyright. This is the next IPR. Copyright is for movies, for books, okay, for paintings. It's all for that. It can be 2-dimension, it can be 3 dimensions, okay. The moment you have a copyright, you will have the C with the round, okay. And the moment you create it, it is created, okay, it is protected. But if you register it, the protection is long. And you have so many copyrights right now because of movie piracy. Because now you have so much of OTT content, isn't it? So copyright is very important. Okay. See, this is a very good example of copyright infringement. So these are all very famous paintings of Mona Lisa, but people try to modify it. So they can actually fight for infringement. Okay, let's go to the next IPR, geographical indications. So which is the best example? Madurai is famous for Madurai Meenakshi temple, na? Beautiful temple. Jasmine, GI. The best example is Madurai Malli. Is there anything else? GI. What? I can't hear. All of you are shouting. Jigar Tanda. Madurai is Jigar Tanda. Yes, yes. GI. So what is GI? GI is an indication that this particular place, okay, is famous for this particular product. So you want to actually tell that this particular place is associated with this particular product. Okay, you want to protect it, you want to protect the producers, okay, so that that extends for a long time. Otherwise, slowly it gets diluted. So there are many products. Some of them are natural products. Say for example, jasmine. It has a unique smell because of the soil, the environment. Okay, you have some products which are artificial. Say for example, like sari. Okay, but you are associating that place, okay, with that product, and you want that product to be continued and to have the same standards and not diluted. Okay, so when you associate a place with a particular product and you have the same kind of consistency, say for example Kanchipuram sari, okay, the whole cooperative, if you see geographical indications, it's not a protection which is given to one person compared to patents. Patent you get for a single person, or it can be for few people, okay, inventors and applicants. If it is trademark, it is also for a company or an individual. Design is the same, but geographical indications is for a community. Okay, so say for example, all of you are from Madurai. Say for example, Kanchipuram, all of you are weavers, okay, weaving sari. So all of you make a cooperative and you all sign an agreement that you will use this first quality silk only. You will use only these colors. You will not make light colors or something. Have you seen Kanchipuram saris? They have distinctive natural colors. You won't get light shades and all. You will get all bright shades, natural colors, okay? And the quality, you will retain the gold, the silver amount. The quality of silk is also consistent. The designs, it is a temple border or you have that specific Kanchipuram sari design. You will not vary it, okay? So, only when there is uniformity, you can use that GI tag and say it is GI of Kanchipuram. Okay? You cannot make a boutique. You cannot do a painting in that sari and say it is GI from Kanchipuram. You cannot use that. So all the saris will have the same kind of standards. That is how you will get GI protection. So when you buy the silk sari now from Kanchipuram, see, you will get a silk mark. Okay? Only when you have the silk mark in the sari, it is the authentic GI sari. Okay? So when you buy it next time, please see and buy that. That way, the hand artisans, they also get the benefit, and that art is protected. Okay? This much is clear? We will have a quiz after this. So then I will catch you. So if you don't understand, you should ask me now. Otherwise, at that time again I will repeat this. Okay? Okay? So this is the reasons. I think we have finished that. Let's go to the next one. In India, you don't get protection for plants and animal varieties. Okay? But if you are a farmer and you are making new plant varieties by crossing, by breeding, you can get protection by means of plant variety protection. It's called PVP protection. Here, if you make a new plant, it has to qualify the DUS requirements. It's called distinct, uniform and stable, which means when you know what is the first generation plant, the second generation plant, the third generation plant. Do you know that? Right? Okay. So when you cross, okay, and get a new variety, that variety must retain that property. Okay, when you cross two plants and you get, say for example, a purple color flower, okay, a rose, purple color rose, you will see that the second generation, the third generation, you have to go repeating to see that all of them are still retaining that and not losing as you dilute it, okay, around the 10th. If the color disappears and you get back the parental color, that will not qualify under PVP. So it has to be distinct and it should be uniform and it should be stable. The gene should not be lost. Okay? Then you will get protection under plant variety protection. Okay? Both the farmers and the breeders get protection. So this is a total intellectual property. So you have patents, we finished, trademarks and service marks, GI, okay, industrial design, copyright, plant variety we have finished. We have two more left out. One is trade secret. Trade secret is also a IP. Here it is an unregistered IP. Why? Because there are so many trade secrets which when you have IP protection, you have to disclose. But if you are not interested to disclose, what do? You keep it as a trade secret. Which is the best known trade secret? Have you heard? Somebody is speaking, I can't hear, but. Coca-Cola? Yeah. And there's something else also. KFC chicken masala, Maggi masala. They're all trade secrets. Why they want to keep it trade secret? Because the lifespan for a patent, you can only protect products with patents, isn't it? So the life cycle of a patent is how many years? 20 years. Excellent. So after 20 years, what will happen? They will lose. So they do not want to disclose. But in a trade secret, there are a lot of issues. The thing is, you have to maintain it a secret. If you can't maintain a secret, it's lost. So there is a win-win, there is a lose-lose. So the risk is on you. So it depends. A lot of companies can manage and they are managing. Say for example, Coca-Cola, it's been a secret from a very long time. The next is layout design of integrated circuits. Now layout design is something which is there in any electronic instrument. If you open the laptop, you have a layout design. Now even that is a design and that is also protected. So especially people who are in this computer science, okay, electronics and engineering, you know, these people, they make designs and that is also protected under this specific category. So I think we have finished patents. So when you get patents, what do? You stop others. You stop others from making it. using it, selling it, or importing your product or your process in that particular country where you have protection. For how much time? For 20 years. Okay. And in return, you have to pay fees. Okay. To whom? To the patent office. The moment you don't pay, it becomes invalid. And at that time, if somebody exploits your invention without your permission and you go to court, the court will say you didn't pay, you didn't maintain, so it becomes invalid. So it is important that you file for a patent, get the patent, pay also for the patent, and also see if somebody is using it without permission and try to get the money from them, or you can file an infringement. Okay? So you can file for a single patent. Okay? Say for example a watch, you file for a watch, or you can file for a group. Say for example you have a compound, so you can get a patent for the compound, the method you manufacture the compound, and the use of the compound. Okay? So why should you have a patent? Patent is to encourage the inventor, to provide also disclosure, also to bring benefits to whom? To the public obviously, and to the inventor, so that you are commercializing. When you commercialize, you make money. Okay? So advantages of a patent is you keep getting newer and newer technology, better technology. If you go to the 1960s now, there were so many diseases where there was no cure. But now you think we are in that generation. We are not. We have such a lot of updated things, isn't it? Whether it is medical or whether it is, you know, in 1960s, not even 1960s, 1980 also, there were not phones in every house. We didn't have telephones in every house. Okay? I think when I was in MSc, I think we got the telephone. But in a matter of 5-6 years, you can't imagine a house or a person without a mobile. Do you all have mobiles? You carry, right? So there was a time, okay? There was a time when I was in my master's, say 20 years back, when you can't imagine, only a person who's very well off could afford a mobile. It was not even accessible. But now is not the situation. So why this kind of a shift? Because of technology, because of innovation. Why innovation? Because you can make money. That's why people are bent on doing, isn't it? Progress. Why progress? Because of money, isn't it? So who can file? Anybody who invents can file. Say for example, you can file. If your college is helping you, your college will be the applicant and you will be the inventor. Or if you both are doing it together, even that is possible. What can you patent? It can be the product. It can be the method of making the product. It can be a method of treatment, but in India we don't give treatment. Okay? It can be a composition if you're saying a face cream or something like that. Okay. Since you are life science people, I thought we should have this particular part. So any application where there is biological material, it becomes a biotechnological invention. Still now sir was talking about prior informed consent. Okay? So whenever there is a genetic material, okay, whether it's plant, animal or human, it becomes a biotech invention. But if it is a plant material or an animal material, you need to actually disclose from where you have taken. Okay? But if it is human material, you are only disclosing, you need permission from the person. But if it is a plant material or animal material, say from India, okay, you have taken, for your research work, you have made some bioplastics. You guys are working, right, in bioplastics in your college? So say for example, you have extracted a bioplastic from algae, which is found in your college, okay? So it is, the source is Madurai, okay? You will not say Lady Dog College, you will say it is Madurai, India. So when you have that, you will have to say that this is the source. India is the source. The moment you say that it's India, you need to, so this is about biological material. The moment you say you have taken which material? Plant material or animal material. You have to disclose the source of the material. Okay? And if it is India, you need to get permission from the National Biological Diversity Authority. If it is from US, then you don't need to, but you only have to disclose that it is from US. Okay? So whenever you file a patent, there are three important requirements. One is it should be novel, that means new. It must have a inventiveness, that is either an economic benefit or industrial significance. Okay? And it must be an advancement. Okay? And it must have an application. Still, not everything is patentable in India. So we have finished this. So National Biodiversity Authority, it deals with anybody who accesses biological material from India. Whether you are researching, whether you are filing a patent, you need to get permission from NBA. So let's come to section 3. These are the things which are not patentable in India, especially as students of life science, you need to know that. Okay? Anything which is whose commercial exploitation is contrary to public order or morality, it's not patentable. So using human beings, cloning humans is not patentable in India. It's not patentable in many countries, but there are also some countries where it is patented. Okay? Modifying the germline identity or using human embryos for commercial purpose is not patentable. Causing any harm to the people, okay, to the environment, to human or animal is again not patentable. So like adulteration, a chemical for adultering, so we will put it under section 3B. It is not allowed. Okay? Say an atomic bomb, that is also not allowed under section 3B because it can cause mass destruction. Okay, coming to section 3C, any discovery, say for example you isolated a compound from say sand, from soil, from water, that is actually a discovery, that is not patentable. So from blood of, I think there was a girl who was asking about SNPs, isn't it? From the last row, yeah. You identified a gene, an SNP, a mutation in a person, okay, in your project work. It is a identification, it's a discovery. That is not something you can patent unless you modify it, okay. If you isolate something, you have to modify it. And you have to show how it is better than the unmodified one. So that data has to be there. Okay, the modification data has to be there. So that is very important. Okay, this is section 3D which we were talking about. Remember, aspirin. Okay, aspirin for fever and aspirin for cardiovascular. So under section 3D, a new use, a new process, a new property, you cannot get a patent unless there is an efficacy. This much is clear? Section 3E, mere admixture is not patentable. Say for example, you add all of them and say your hair is going to be really good. You have to show data that individually each of them are doing the same functions. So combining is actually giving you an addition. But it's not the addition which is important, it is the extra spark which is there. Okay? If you're saying for example hair oil, Brahmi, Shikakai, all of them are known to cause hair growth. So if you add everything, okay, individually you say each one is giving you a little extra, isn't it? When you add it, if you get just an additive effect, okay, if everything is 1, 1, 1 and you add everything, what you will get? You will get 5 or 6, isn't it? But you have to show like 30, something distinctively high. Then you can get synergy, okay, or a new property. Method of agriculture and horticulture is again not patentable. Like crossing, breeding, all this is known. Okay? There are techniques, if you see the first world countries, okay, they claim methods of irrigating the soil. How do we do normally? After growing crop, what do the Indian farmers do? They will actually burn the crop, isn't it? They will leave it, okay, and they will sprinkle water, isn't it? The charcoal, not the charcoal, when they burn it, you will get the ash, and the ash, and then they will row it again so that the soil gets aerated. So in the first world countries, they have been using pesticides so much that now they go back to this. Okay, they try to claim methods of agriculture which is actually known in India and we have been using. So these techniques are not patentable. Using earthworms to fertilize the soil. This is something we've been doing. So this is not patentable. Method of diagnostics, treatment, surgical, okay, is not patentable again. But medical instrumentation is patentable. So if you are having a new instrument, okay, to prevent snoring, it's a medical instrumentation, isn't it? A stent, that is patentable. But using the stent in the human, okay, by surgery, that is not patentable. Okay, this much is clear? You're still awake? Yes? Okay. But you should sit straight. Yes, very good. So without the, what was that? Without that, we are able to sit. That's good, right? Okay. Plants, animals in whole or any part. It can be a seed. It can be the leaf. It can be the root. Okay. It can be the stem. It can be a single cell. It's not patentable. Whether it's plant or animal, it's not patentable. And methods of production and propagation, even that is not patentable if it is just growing the plant. Okay? Mathematical methods, business methods, algorithms, software per se is not patentable. Presentation of information is again not patentable. If you buy an eye ointment, if you open the box, you will usually get a pamphlet, isn't it? How to use. For hair coloring, you will get a pamphlet, right? So that is presentation of information and that is not patentable. How do you get protection for that? How do you get protection for that information booklet? Excellent. Who was telling that? Okay. Traditional knowledge, which is known to India. Traditional knowledge, which is known in other countries, is not patentable. Okay? Okay, frivolous inventions. You add something like this is frivolous, waste. Just for the sake of it, you are having it. So these are not patentable. Arrangement and rearrangements. These are also not patentable. Literary and artistic works are not patentable. How do you get protection for this? Copyright. Excellent. A mere scheme, a rule, a method of producing a mental act. This is again not patentable. But the scheme can get protection under copyright. Topography of circuit is not patentable. How do you get protection? Yes? Yes. Okay, there's again another important thing which is non-patentable. These are related to, okay, radioisotopes. So if you're using radioisotopes, it's not patentable. Okay? And anything which is related to defense. Say for example, central government, we actually have to send it to the central government. So it can be like a watch. Okay. So I can okay. Yeah, okay. It's time, is it? Yeah, it's okay. okay, man. Okay. So any invention which is based on, defense, anything which can be related to defense. Okay? Please sit down, straight, all of you. Yes, very good. See, posture is very important. With your posture comes so many things. If your posture is incorrect, it sends a very wrong signal. So it's very important that you always sit straight, isn't it? Okay. So any invention which can be related to defense. Say for example, the textile. Okay? Say for example, you invented a textile which will keep changing color. Okay? Based on the surrounding. So you can use it for camouflage, isn't it? So that gets separated out and we send it for DRDO. So the defense department sees whether it can be used for their purpose. Okay? So for example, if there is a bacteria, okay, which you have made infectious, it's very infectious, it can be used for biowarfare. So that also gets sent to which department? DRDO, okay, the defense department. Say for example, you have made a pistol or a bullet, okay, all these go into the defense department. Only when there is clearance from the defense department, again you can get a patent. Otherwise, the government will take it, okay. And if it is related to atomic energy, it goes to the Department of Atomic Energy. So that is DAE. So there are two different departments. So this is very important as an academician, a researcher, a scientist. You're all going into the next level is going to be that, isn't it? So you should know that you should not publish, okay, before filing a patent application. It's better not to do that, okay. Second, you can always file a provisional. Provisional means with the basic information and then see if you can proceed to file the complete. So you have a timeline of 1 year. So in that time you can decide whether you want to proceed with it, whether it's technically feasible, whether somebody can fund it, okay. You can see all that technical feasibility in that much time. Then you can file it, get the patent. But after you get the patent, what do? You don't sit quiet. You have to commercialize it. Either you do it, or you sell it, or you assign it. So the patent main purpose is commercialization. Otherwise, you can just go for publication, okay? And after that also, you have to watch. It's called the field watch. See if somebody is exploiting it without your permission, because you can sue, because you have your rights. This much is clear? Yes? Okay. Shall we have a quiz? You're hungry? But I won't leave you, I'm sorry. It will just take 5 minutes. But see, it's very important. IPR is very important as you are going to do, you're going to go a very long way. So basic information is wealth. So I can cut down on the matter which I was teaching so much, but this I can't cut down, okay? I'm so sorry for that. Please tell me, IPR is abbreviated for? Very good. Patent can be obtained for? Please come again. Invention, is it? What did you say? I couldn't hear. No, I'm asking the questions from this. Can you see? Oh my God, you can't see. I'm sorry. Oh, share panalaya. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice. Okay. Can you see now? So first one you have already answered. Patent can be obtained for? Not discovery, okay? It cannot be for discovery. Trademark can be obtained for? Yes, it's both A and B. It can be for the symbol, say for example the Apple signal, okay, HP, okay, it's for the symbol and for the name, okay, so both. Industrial design can be obtained for excellent. Color combination. Color combination, have you seen? Like the Airtel, it has that red color, isn't it? So the color combination is also important. So when you fight for a design, you also have to choose the colors. So somebody can take a different color. So you can also choose the colors you want, okay? Yes, copyright can be obtained for excellent. You listen to me. Next one. It's for both because it's both A and B. Why? Kanchipuram sari is not live, isn't it? It is also having artificial things. Also you have the handwork, right? Earthen pots, artwork. So all that is also GI. Okay, so it's both A and B. Yes. Tell me. All of you on the same page? Any different answer? Okay. Excellent. Next one. Yes, IPR is a territorial right. Okay. It is an exclusive right. Exclusive means only you will decide who can have it. Okay. So it is an exclusive right. Third, it's a negative right because you have the power to stop others. If you don't want to sell it, you'll say, I won't sell you. So it is a negative right. So what is the correct answer? Okay. Intellectual property is obtained for tangible and intangible property. Both A and B. Only one country. Patent right for one invention is for one country only. Yes, tell me. Excellent. India only. Very good. Both A and B, because you can be the inventor, you can be the applicant, you can also be just the inventor. Okay? It is both A and B. No. Patent is granted to only the applicant, not the inventor. Inventor gets only the name. Okay? Inventor gets the credit. You are the inventor, that's all. But who has the right to sell it? The applicant alone. Okay? All same page? Patent is granted only for modifications, not for natural things. Okay? Excellent. Yes? True. You get patents for devices. Okay? Okay? Seeds, plant leaves, tissue. Okay? Ayurvedic method of bone setting. No? Okay? New use. It's a new use. You will not get a patent for a new use. Section 3D, evergreening. For a new use of a known compound, you will not get a patent. unless there is efficacy. Otherwise what happens? For the same thing you will keep on making extra and proceeding. Okay? Ayurvedic method of bone setting? No. Okay? No. But if there is synergy data, then you will get. New rose variety. Do you get patents? No, you don't get. What about animal variety? No. Okay. That is also a no. What about designer baby? You don't get for designer babies. Okay. Drug isolated from isolated. It's 99.9% pure. You don't get patents for isolations. Okay. But a novel chemical moiety synthesized chemically for treating malaria, you will get, because it's a novel compound. You have synthesized it. Okay. That's all. Thank you very much.
Now the floor is.
Yes. If you have any questions. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for lunch. I'm sorry to bore you to death and not leave you out. But any questions, I'm ready to take. Yes. Yes. See, inventor is somebody who invents it. Okay. The applicant is the one who has the rights. So, yes, inventors can be any number. You can have 10 inventors. It doesn't matter. Okay. But the applicant is important. Sometimes you will have two, the same inventors who are the applicants. It doesn't matter. Okay. It can, see, for example, you are a student. Okay. You think, you assume that you have done the entire work. Okay, so you will be the inventor, you will also be the applicant. So you have the total commercial rights with you. Okay, but say for example, you are the student and you are working in this college, okay, and you are using the instruments, the teachers, they are guiding you. So also the college is providing you the entire facility. Okay, so you will be just the inventor. Your professor will be just the inventor, but the college will take the applicant role. So the applicant will decide whether I will sell it, but you will just have the name. Okay. Yes, yes. As an inventor, I am saying no, your professor and you, both of them will be the inventors. But the college will take the name because they are funding you. But if only you both are doing, then you can be the inventors and you can also be the applicant and you will decide. So it can be a single inventor, single applicant, it can be multiple also. But whenever you do that, you have to have the deal. Okay, you have to sign a agreement that it is 50-50 or whatever it is. Because later on, you don't know how commercially important it may be. So if there is no agreement between the applicants, then you will sell it to somebody, I will sell it to somebody. So that kind of problems must not happen. So you will always make an agreement whenever there are multiple applicants. Okay? Yes? No, no, please tell. See, that is what. Whenever there is section 3D, evergreening, you must show efficacy. Efficacy means, see for example, you have an enzyme. Okay, you have an enzyme. Say for example, in the chemical, in the lab, you have an enzyme which can convert A to B. Okay, it gives you how much efficacy? 30%. Okay, now you make it into very fine particle size. Okay, so what happens? You have increased the, surface area. Okay, now the activity will be better, isn't it? It is obvious. The same thing as powder and the same thing as micro in nano form. It is going to give benefit. But unless there is an efficacy, matlab significant efficacy, you cannot qualify. So you need to give the normal and the advanced. Okay, so instead of saying, see for example, if you have the compound, like we were talking about the enzyme, and the nano size, and you are saying that both of them are doing the same job, 30% only. Okay, but this is in the form of a powder and that is in the form of a nanoparticle. So you will say that it is new. Nobody made a nanoparticle. Okay, so it is coming under novelty. It is novel. But is it inventive? So we say, is it inventive? Because everybody knew you can use this. Now you are giving me this. So where is the efficacy? So unless you show that efficacy, activity, okay, you will not get a patent. So that is how in section 3D we stop. We say that show that efficacy. Is it really efficacious? If you show mild, that's not enough. It must be therapeutic. On top of that, it has to be therapeutic. Only then you get a patent.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can we all endorse ma'am's lecture as truly excellent? Say yes or no? Yes. Ma'am, that's the only thing I can say. It's a vote of thanks. I'll start with your quote. Necessity is the mother of invention. On behalf of all the enthusiastic participants, I wish to thank you for your remarkable lecture on IPR in life sciences. Thank you so much, ma'am. And we have listened to so many lectures. But you proved yourself, you portrayed yourself as a teacher, strict teacher, I think. I think you all say yes, very strict teacher, because we all sit straight when you start giving a lecture, and then you portrayed yourself as a scientist and also followed by deputy controller of your division, IPR division. Thank you so much, ma'am. And your discussion, particularly on the innovation with images and with the baby with the cover, no, that is truly remarkable. And one of our teachers, senior teacher, her grandson, I think, to take care of her grandson, she bought that particular property. Thank you so much for showing all those new images, because we had a lecture from you in 2018, I think before COVID-19, and this year also we are also listening your lecture. But the way you are giving the points related to IPR is truly remarkable and awesome. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the entire organizing team, I extend our deepest gratitude to you, ma'am, for taking time to be with us today and for delivering such a marvelous lecture. We look forward in future opportunities also. And those who are having an idea with ma'am, I'm having a new idea, you can approach Bonamadi ma'am. Ma'am, give a guidelines to give an idea to protect your ideas. Isn't it, ma'am? Thank you so much, and all the best to all the young scientists. And you can come up with the idea and you can register your ideas, and that should be a patentable, and that is actually added values to our department also. Thank you so much, ma'am, for showing the new lines. Thank you.
I thank all of you once again for your presence. We hope your knowledge is enriched. Thank you.